related to families, children, and consumers. Engaging in community service and building strong partnerships to strengthen family resilience, improve child quality, and empower consumers across various agroecological regions. The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences consists of three divisions: Family Division, Child Development Division, The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences is the only academic program of its kind in Indonesia. Our vision to become a leading and internationally recognized academic program in advancing science and technology in the fields of family and consumer studies and enhancing family well-being across diverse agroecological regions. To realize this vision, we have several missions, including providing higher education in the fields of family science, child development, and consumer studies, conducting high-quality research to advance science and technology, and offer solutions to issues related to families, children, and consumers, engaging in community service and building strong partnerships to strengthen family resilience, improve child quality, and empower consumers across various agroecological regions. The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences consists of three divisions: Family Division, Child Development Division, Consumer and Family Economics Division. We offer academic programs across three levels: Bachelor's degree in Family and Consumer Sciences, Master's degree in Family and Child Development, Doctoral degree in Family Sciences. The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences aims to be a leading research-based department in the field of family and consumer sciences, with core competencies in strengthening family resilience, consumer empowerment, and character development. The development of science and technology in the field of family and consumer studies is focused on realizing family well-being by improving child quality and empowering both families and consumers. The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences is the only academic program of its kind in Indonesia. vision to become a leading and internationally recognized academic program in advancing science and technology in the fields of family and consumer studies and enhancing family well-being across diverse agroecological regions. To realize this vision, we have several missions, including providing higher education in the fields of family science, child development, and consumer studies, conducting high-quality research to advance science and technology, and offer solutions to issues related to families, children, and consumers, engaging in community service and building strong partnerships to strengthen family resilience, improve child quality, and empower consumers across various agroecological regions. The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences consists of three divisions: Family Division, Child Development Division, Consumer and Family Economics Division. We offer academic programs across three levels: Bachelor's degree in Family and Consumer Sciences, Master's degree in Family and Child Development, Doctoral degree in Family Sciences. The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences aims to be a leading research-based department in the field of family and consumer sciences with core competencies in strengthening family resilience, consumer empowerment, and character development. The development of science and technology in the field of family and consumer studies is focused on realizing family well-being by improving child quality and empowering both families and consumers.
Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the International Seminar, part of Summer Course Department of Family and Consumer Science, Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University. It is a great honor to have all of you here with us today, both in person and online. As we embark on an enriching journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration under the theme Family Resilience in the Face of Global Challenges, Strategies for Sustainable Well-being. Before we begin this webinar, participants are requested to turn on the closed caption feature by clicking More and then clicking on Caption. And also, I would like to remind you to turn on your camera. Before we proceed to the next agenda, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Talita Almaira Langgana, a family and consumer student in IPB University, and I am honored to serve you as your Master of Ceremony for today's session. Allow me to first acknowledge my warmly welcome to several key figures who are with us today. Dr. Tin Herawati, SPMSE, Head of the Department of Family and Consumer Science, Professor Dr. Sofian Saf, SPTMSE, Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University, Professor Nunung Nurianto, MSE, Deputy of Coordination of Social Welfare Improvement, Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Nur Islamia, SPSE, MPSE, Chairperson of the Summer Course IKK 2025. We are also honored to be joined by our distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Razwana Begum, Professor A. Sunarti, MSE, Associate Professor Soyoung Lee, PhD. And of course, a warm welcome to all participants whose enthusiasm and engagement make this event possible and meaningful. Before we continue, let us begin this morning event with singing of the national anthem Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. We kindly ask all participants to join or listen respectfully. Thank you. Next, we will having a welcoming remark from the head of the Department of Family and Consumer Science, Dr. Tin Herawati, SPMSE.
Thank you, Amira. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dean of Human Ecology Faculty, Professor Sofian Saf. The Honorable keynote speaker, Professor Nunung Nurianto, MSE, Deputy for Coordinator of Social Welfare Improvement, Coordinating Ministry of Human Development and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, the honorable speakers, Associate Professor Rajwana Begum from Singapore Social Science, Singapore, Associate Professor Soyoung Lee PhD CFLE from Montclair State University, USA, and Professor A. Sunarti from IPB University. The Honorable Lecturer of Family and Consumer Science Department. I'm sorry, I didn't mention by one by one. And seminar participant, and which I'm a broad seminar committee. First of all, I would like to thank God, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, who has always blessed us so we can attend this seminar in good condition. I would like to say thank you very much to Dean of Human Ecology Faculty, who has supported this activity, and to keynote speaker and all the speakers who have shared their time, knowledge, and expertise about strengthening family resilience. And thank you very much to all seminar participants who have joined this seminar, and also to the seminar committee who have hard work to prepare this seminar. It is great honor and privilege for me, on behalf of the Department of Family and Consumer Sciences, Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University, warmly welcome all of you to this international seminar, Family Resilience in the Face of Global Challenges, Strategies of Sustainable Well-being. This activity is conducted as a part of the 9th International Summer Course. Yeah. We are truly grateful for your patience and participation in this important academic forum. As we know, in the global era, family face various challenges, including economic crisis, climate change, migration, social conflict, technology disruption. In this context, family resilience is crucial. Family can not only survive, but also become agents of change, pillars of empowered society, and ready to face the challenges of the global era. In this seminar, all participants will get insight regarding sustaining family resilience policies, and family-friendly villages to build family resilience. Therefore, we hope this seminar can be a good platform for knowledge exchange, collaborative learning, and international networking. That will not only be a benefit for our department, but also for our students, scholars, and all seminar participants. Well, all participants, we wish you are active and productive and enjoy this seminar. Thank you very much for your attention, participation, and collaboration. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tin Herawati, SPMSE. We truly appreciate your remark. Now, let us proceed to the next agenda. Next, we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, Professor Dr. Sofyan Saf, SPT MSE, to deliver his remark. As he unable to join us live, he has kindly shared a pre-recorded video message. So, let's watch the video together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I'm Sofyan Saf, the Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University Indonesia. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this international seminar, Family Resilience in the Face of Global Challenges, Strategies for Sustainable Well-being, as a part of the International Summit on Family and Consumer Science 2025. I would like to express my deepest respect to Dr. Tin Herawati, Head of Department Family and Consumer Sciences, IPB University, Professor Nunung Nuriantono, Deputy for the Coordination of Social Welfare Improvement at the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Associate Professor Razwana Begum from the Singapore University of Social Sciences, Singapore, Associate Professor Soyoung Lee from Montclair State, USA, Professor Dr. A. Sunarti from IPB University, Indonesia, and all the other distinguished participants joining us today. On behalf of the Faculty of Human Ecology at IPB University, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, distinguished experts, and participants from various institutions. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and collaboration in the field of family and consumer. The theme of this seminar is highly relevant to today's global context. Families, the fundamental unit of society, are facing unprecedented challenges including economic instability, climate change, digital transformation, and shifting social cultural values. Therefore, strengthening family resilience is crucial to ensuring sustainable well-being for individuals, communities, and future generations. I hope the seminar will facilitate knowledge exchange and cross-cultural perspective on building family resilience, and then encourage international academic collaboration and research networking to support evidence-based policy and family development programs, and the last, generate innovative strategies and practical recommendations that can make a real difference at local, national, and global levels. Finally, I would like to thank the organizing committee for their hard work and all the participants for their enthusiasm. I hope you find the discussion insightful and the seminar fruitful. Thank you. Billahi taufiq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sufyan Saf, for your warm and inspiring remarks, even though you couldn't be with us today live. Now, let us continue with a brief overview of the Family and Consumer Science Summer Course 2025, a snapshot of what we aim to achieve through this program and the exciting topics ahead. I would like to remind you to ensure a more interactive and engaging atmosphere throughout today's session. We would kindly encourage all participants to turn on their camera whenever possible. Your visible presence not only foster a stronger sense of connection among all attendees, but also reflects the spirits of active participation and respect to our speakers and fellow participants. Before we move on to the next agenda, we would like to take a moment for group documentation. Capturing this moment is important as a reminder of our shared commitment to knowledge collaboration and international exchange. For those of you joining us online, we sincerely encourage you to turn on your camera so we can include you as many as possible in this memorable photo group. Okay, let's take a few seconds to prepare. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more capture. Ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, there are actually several slides in the Zoom meeting. So uh, okay, so it was for the first slide. Now the second slide. Okay, we proceed to the third slide. The fourth slide, please smile. The fifth slide. Okay, and the last slide, the sixth slide. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you very much for your kind participation. Okay, I would like to continue with a brief overview of the Family and Consumer Science Summer Course 2025, a snapshot of what we aim to achieve through this program and the exciting topics ahead. The summer course is an international program organized by the Department of Family and Consumer Science at IPB University since 2017. This year's program is designed to address the challenges faced by modern families, such as work pressure, changing social values, and the impact of technology. Taking place from the 4th to 8th August 2025, the program will be held in several locations. Activities will include interactive lecture by experts from Indonesia and abroad, field trips to local communities, group discussion, and cultural exchange between countries. The implementation time, the first one is international seminar, which is our agendas today. The second one is international competition, family and consumer science, which will be held in July 30 until the 5th of August. And the third one is on-site program from 4 to 8 August 2025, Bogor, Indonesia, IPB University, IPB Lab School, Tegalwaru Business Tourism Village, Waka Forest, and Indonesia Heritage Foundation. It's wonderful to see how this program brings together such meaningful topics and global perspective. Okay, so are you passionate about family well-being and sustainable development and global collaboration? Because me, as a master of ceremony, I really do. Then I think this summer course is made for you if you are passionate about family well-being and sustainable development and global collaboration, because you will get engaging lecture from international and national expert, cross-cultural academic discussions, virtual field visits and case studies, a certificate of participation, a chance to network with peers from diverse backgrounds, and a deeper understanding of family and consumer issue in global context.
Hello, Talita.
Halo, Dr. Nur Islamia.
Thank you for our MC for your enthusiastic and energetic opening. And today we really love to see all of the participants. But may I ask something to the participant? For example, before we continue, we will ask them, where are you joining from? Can you write your city or country in the chat? And we're happy to see friends from many different places. Right, Talita?
Right, because I would like to interact with the participants too. It will be lovely.
Yeah. Maybe all of the participants can give us a thumbs up if you can hear my voice. And please write where you're from, maybe your country or your city. We want to see from where the participants to our international seminar. From Depok, Indonesia. Hello, Depok. Sarah from Malaysia. Hello, Sarah. And in which city do you come from, Sarah? Bengkulu, Indonesia. Depok, ya. Banyak orang Depok di sini ya. Denpasar, Bali. From Sungai Penuh, Jambi. From Pakistan. Selangor, Malaysia. From Yemen, Masya Allah, Fadl Gharamah. Yeah. From Bekasi, from other planet, I'm sorry, it's a joke. From Wonogiri, Indonesia. From Jakarta, from Bogor, from Yemen, living in Yogyakarta. It's really peaceful, right, in Yogyakarta? Inuasani from University of Indonesia, and she's from, maybe she or he from Nigeria. From Selangor, EPM Malaysia. So our participants from around the globe, not only from Indonesia, from Malaysia and other countries, from Makassar, Indonesia. And thank you very much for your participation, and we are very honored to have you all in this seminar, international seminar. And may I ask another question, Talita?
Sure. What is it?
What do you want to know about them? For me, I'm really curious why did you join this seminar? I think the keyword why, it's like a motivation why you join this seminar. Whether it is because of the topic, because of, or anything, I don't know, and why you join this seminar. Maybe you can read it for me, Talita?
Sure. Wait. Let me open the comment section. There are so many chat in this Zoom, which is exciting because I guess it means the participant is very excited. Okay, maybe they're still typing, but for me, I guess the seminar is a very good insight for me. So, David said, because we care about the family and community. Wow, that's great. That's wonderful.
Yep. What else? For me, there are a lot of problems out there. Like Butin said before, and one of the core thing that we have to change is from our family, right? From the smallest unit in our society. So we have to, by our own, to develop a strength or a family to have their own resilience. Okay, wow, there are a lot of questions here. You can read it for me, Darita.
Yes, it is very amazing. They said family is the foundation of strong society, especially in this disruption era. Yes, it is true. And to add more knowledge about family well-being, because so much problem about family, and someone says he or she is interested to learn about the strategy for sustainable well-being and curious about what cool topics will mentor shares. Wow. Okay. Well, there's so many answers. I'm very happy to read it. To update my knowledge and experience, I'm looking the global point of view, family resilience in the future, to encourage proactive thinking. Wow, that's great. I choose this summer course because the topic is really match my fields and interests. As a psychologist and special education specialist, I deal with family and children every day, especially those with special needs.
Wow. Thank you,
Wow.
Mena. You are the same as my professionals. I'm a psychologist, so I hope you will get new perspective, yeah, regarding your fields and interest.
Okay, so Nyoman said actually to improve my English and learning about family. Wow, so it's not always about the topic, but it's include to improve someone's language in English. That's
Yeah,
great.
why not?
To help us and our family community facing the global challenges and gain more knowledge, to promote social stability, to learn how to fix some problems that can be fixed from the small scope, which is family. Wow. Everyone is so excited here.
Mhm. Yes, I can see that. And maybe, if you don't mind, I will briefly introduce the larger program. And we also have an Instagram. So this is a Gen Z generation or digital era. So we have an Instagram, summercourse.ikk. So you can see the information, a lot of, yeah, like our agenda, etc. Yeah, you can see and also follow our Instagram. And maybe allow me to briefly introduce the larger program this event is part of. Maybe Bahilda can also show us a short video about that. Yeah. Today's international seminar is one of the key highlights of the 9th International Summer Course on Family, Child, and Consumer Issues, held under the theme Nurturing Harmony in Family Life for Sustainable Living. So, this summer course is an international program and has been conducted annually since 2017. Over the past 8 years, this program has brought together participants from around the globe to engage in thoughtful discussion, collaborative learning, and cultural exchange on pressing family related issues. Unlike last year's hybrid format, so last year we have a hybrid format, online and offline, but today in 2025, summer course will be held fully on site in Bogor. Yay! Starting from today, today is the start, yeah, and continuing from August 4th to 8th, it will be fully on site, and we are very excited to return to an in-person format as it provides even richer opportunities for a cross-cultural interaction and experiential learning. And this year, Talita, uh, in yeah, our summer course has successfully gathered. Can you guess how much?
Mm, it is around, let me guess, 30.
Yeah, almost.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So this year, our summer course has successfully gathered a total of 36 participants from 13 countries. So from Japan, Malaysia, Egypt, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, Pakistan, Rwanda, Sudan, Tanzania, Yemen, and of course, Indonesia. So, and throughout the program, participants will take part in interactive lectures by international and national experts, field visit to local communities, group discussion, and cross-cultural exchange among participants. And we are thrilled to open the series with today's international seminar. But before we begin, I want to once again invite you to follow our Instagram account in summercourse.ikk. There we'll share stories, highlights, and updates throughout the summer course. You can also tag us and share your experience with the world. Okay. Okay, Talita, what else that we have?
There are so many things. There are so many comments here. Okay. Maybe I'm going to read what Nafit said. Nafit said, I care about family, community, and sustainability. I want to learn how to create harmony in family life, support a better society. Oh, Nafit requested, please share the name of that in the chat box. Wait, I'll type it for you. Also, from this chat, it reminds me of my family, Miss Islamia,
Yeah.
because the reason why I include myself in family and consumer science in IPB University because it is the same field with my parents. So my dad is a pediatrician and my mom is a child psychologist.
Wow.
So, yeah, I feel very close with my parents since I studied family.
Lucky you.
Lucky me, and lucky to all of the people who are thrilled to learn about family, because I think family is very important, as it is the smallest society. I guess it is a good start to start something big, start something great.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true. And also me, yeah, I'm honored to be part of Department of IKK. Yeah, because for me, we can, as a psychologist, I deal with person to person, right? But in IKK, yeah, or Department of Consumer Science, I will brought the psychology even broader, yeah, broader in the broader society. So we still have to wait our lecture, right now. And maybe one more question to the participants. What is your hope? What is your hope to join this seminar? Could you give us an answer so we can know what is your expectation, what is your hope to join this seminar?
Well, Nafit said, I want to learn how family and community can support sustainable living. And I also want to learn from the field trips and meet different people from different countries.
Nice.
Wow, it's really nice because I'm also here because I wanted to exchange Indonesian culture with friends from other countries. I guess that would be great. That would be an amazing experience for me. Also, Amber said, getting a lesson learned from together people who shares with their experience and new knowledge.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Dina also said, I hope to gain knowledge, ideas, and tools that I can actually use in real life situation with children and families. Wow. I also want to improve my skills in communication and teamwork through the field activities and class discussions.
Mm,
Okay.
hope you get it.
Yes. I'm sure I'm sure everyone will get it because this is an amazing programs. And as I said, I hope I can gain more knowledge and insight from amazing guest lecture from my research topics. Wow. Okay. Good luck on your research. Family is highly important thing in our life as a global society, and I need to know more knowledge about family in Indonesia and other country.
Mm, mhm.
But Hamid from
Okay.
UGM said, I expect to develop practical skills that I can apply in my personal life, academic work, or future career, such as conflict resolution strategies, sustainable lifestyle practices, and community engagement method that supports family well-being.
Wow. That's a very awesome, yeah, expectation for instance, like practical thing skills, yeah, for your
Yeah.
personal life.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. And then,
And then, from BKKB and Jabber said up she wanted to update her knowledge about challenges faced by family and how can government making family-friendly policies.
mhm.
Well, good. And Siti Arafah said, I hope to gain more knowledge about family and apply it to my daily life. Okay. And then, wow, there's so many comments here. I am so thrilled to read it. I hope to gain a deeper understanding of my family and child-related issues from a global perspective and learn how different countries approach these challenges. I'll also look forward to collaborating with students from various disciplines. Wow, okay. I do expect I do expect to gain some new insight about how family life, child development, and consumer behavior contribute to sustainable living standard and real life case studies during the field work. Okay, so I hope everyone could gain what they expected to, and I
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
uh,
yeah.
this
Because
seminar will be a great
because we
program.
can hear, we can read that there are so many personal reasons.
Yeah.
Can I ask you one last question for me? And you can rate it if you feel comfortable or not, if you're not feeling so. If you could describe your own family in one word, if you could describe your own family in one word, what would it be? So this is like a personal reason, right? Or first personal issues, I think. For you, Talita, maybe you can also say that what word that you can say about your family.
I guess I could. It's pretty hard to explain my family in one word because I think they're my everything. So I would say um warm.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, and we can see that my family is random, family is a home. Wow, mashallah, yeah. Precious Hugo. Okay, I think I can give it back to you, Talita, and we can enjoy the rest of the seminar.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Islamia. So the next agenda is we are honored to present our keynote speakers, Professor Nunu Nuryanto, MSE, from the Deputy of Coordination of Social Welfare Improvement, Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, and he will be speaking on national family policies for sustainable development, strategies, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Nunung Nuryanto MSc, a leading economist and policymaker, he currently serves as Deputy of Social Welfare Improvement at the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture and is also a professor of Economics at IPB University. Previously, he was Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Management at IPB University from 2018 to 2023. Professor Nunung leads key national programs on social assistance, human capital development, and poverty eradication. He actively collaborates with ministries and institutions and has been a senior fellow at the Australia-Indonesia Centre since 2019. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Nunung Nurianto. The time is yours.
Thank you so much, the moderator or master of ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. My voice is, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice
Okay, good.
clearly.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, let us offer our gratitude to God Almighty, as it is by His grace that we are able to gather today for this very important event, 9th International Summer Course on Family, Child and Consumer Issues, Nurturing Harmony in Family Life for Sustainable Living. It is very important seminar as well as sharing knowledge across university in Indonesia as well as another country who joined in this very important summer course. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be here. Since the 2023, I left my university to become a deputy at the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture. But now I am a deputy and the same deputy for social welfare improvement at the Coordinating Ministry for Community Empowerment. So also still related with what the topic regarding on the community, family, and etc. Let me share my presentation. Yeah, before I start my presentation, I would like to greeting to my friend, colleague, the Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, Faculty of Human Ecology, Professor Sofyan Saf, and then Bu Nur Islamiyah, and all speakers for this summer program. Let me start with the important agendas, national agendas written in RPGPN 2025-2045. As may you know that Indonesia has a 20-year plans, as well as every 5 years we formulate and reformulate the target and then strategy, what are the national priority. But based on this 20 years agenda supporting family development policies, at least there are 6 out of 8 development agendas are really connect with the family development policy. First, regarding on the social transformation. Second, economic transformation. Third, government transformation. Fourth, consolidating social, cultural, and environmental resilience. And then fifth, quality and eco-friendly infrastructure. And the last one, sustainable development. So if you look on the every single 6 development agenda, which is closely related with the family development policy, starting from social transformation. What the meaning of social transformation? Actually, this social transformation focus on improving the quality of human resources and basic services. And then it is relevant what we are discussing today, particularly when we look family resilience and well-being are highly determined when the access of education, healthcare, and other essential services. So therefore, every single family in Indonesia should have a similar access for basic needs like education, healthcare, and other essential services. And the second, if we are talking about the economic transformation itself, the focus is how we able to empowering small medium enterprises and community-based economies. How important role of small medium enterprises in Indonesia as well as community. So community as a base for economic transformation in Indonesia. What are the relevance? The relevance is how we have to able to strengthening family economies through micro enterprises, family-based household cooperative. As you also may know that the Indonesian government just launched the Koperasi Merah Putih, which will establish across 80,000 Koperasi Merah Putih in Indonesia. Social transformation, economic transformation, it is not enough without any government transformation. What is the focus of government transformation? Government transformation will focus on strengthening civil society capacity and digitalizing public services. The relevance is family gain faster and more transparent access to public services, including data, social assistance, and social protection. Indonesian government nowadays also try to transform the all government intervention to be digitalized. I will talk later on. And then the fourth, sociocultural and ecological resilience, which is focused on strengthening the local economy and the environment sustainability. What the relevant to the family? Families play a central role in preserving local culture, ensuring food security, and driving community-based climate change adaptation. Really starting from the families. And the fifth, regional development infrastructure. The focus is how we have to able to make connectivity interregionally. By having a good connectivity, as may also you know that Indonesia, a big country, the largest archipelago country in the world. So it is really to have a good map regarding on the how we have to connect among and between island in Indonesia. And the last one, achieving sustainable development, which is focused on mobilizing community-based financing. The relevance is that family and community initiatives are empowered through participatory funding for long-term program. So there are 6 out of 8 development agenda are closely, again, I would like to highlight closely to family development in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, if we look to be more detailed regarding on the national priority supporting family development policy, again, there are 3 out of 8 national priorities, or we call it PN, supporting family development policies. This is a 5-term plan of national development in Indonesia. I will focus on 3 national priorities, which is supporting family development policy. The first one, continue infrastructure development and increase quality employment opportunities, encourage entrepreneurship, develop creative industry, and develop to agro-maritime industry in production center through the active role of cooperative. IPB is the leading university in Indonesia, actually also promote how we have to support the agro-maritime industry, agro-maritime economic base sector. So this related to what the IPB plan. And the second, strengthen human resource development, science, technology, education, health, sport achievement, gender equality, and strengthen the role of women, youth, particularly millennial and Generation Z, and people with disabilities. And the last one, building from the village level and from the bottom up for economic growth, economic quality, and poverty eradication. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the national medium plan. And what then related to PN3, family entrepreneurship and UMKM or small medium enterprises. This will be promoting the improvement of job quality entrepreneurship. The relevancy is encouraging family economic independence through family-based small medium enterprises. The second, or PN number 4, strengthening human capital and families, which is focused on human development. How we have to promote education, health, gender, youth, women, and persons with disabilities for the same access to the basic services as well as other services provided by the government. The relevancy is family development policy are closely linked to the quality of human resources within the family, such as children education, maternal and child health, as well as gender role equality between father and mother. PN number 6, development from village and the grassroots. It is aimed at the economic equity, local community empowerment, and poverty eradication. The relevance of family development in rural and impoverished communities is an integral part of an inclusive national strategy. Dear participant of the summer program, actually strong mandate from the president through the direction that Indonesian government is really want to leverage Indonesia become advanced country by 2045. If you look back on the 6 out of 8 and 3 out of 7, we see that how important family as the pillar to support all target that government written in the national 5-year national planning term as well as 20 years national planning term. The target actually regarding on the welfare, nowadays our national poverty rate is around 8.57. Since last week, Central Bureau of Statistics announced the national poverty rate become 8.47. So around 201,000 people are able to move up from the group of poverty. Now the income is more higher compared to the poverty group level. Another important things that it is related with the goals, the sustainable development goals, how the world should eradicate the extreme poverty. The situation of extreme poverty in Indonesia by using 2.15 US dollar per capita PPP per day. PPP is 2017. The extreme poverty rate in Indonesia now is just recently as similar to the PPS is around 0.85% or around 2.3 million people in Indonesia are still categorized under the extreme poverty level. So by 2026, the extreme poverty in Indonesia should be 0. By the end 2029, the national poverty rate has to be 4.5 up to 5%. So this is the national goals targeted for the poor people that they have to be wealthier compared to nowadays, and therefore the several government intervention are already prepared to be able to reduce the number of poverty in Indonesia and to be must reach 0 by 2026 of extreme poverty in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the picture that actually the extreme poverty is predominantly concentrated in Java. See, these are the name of province in Indonesia. Jawa Timur or East Java is the highest incident of extreme poverty in Indonesia. And if we look on the profile of household living in extreme poverty, actually around 41%, the head of household, the age of head of household is around 30 up to 49, meaning that they are still in the productive age. So therefore, we have to push that every single family categorized or group it in extreme poverty should have economic activity. Economic activity. The aim is that the idea is that the poor family not just only given by government through social assistance, but they have to be able to work or to be able participate in labor market. Therefore, again, Indonesian government set up several policies that I will talk later on. And the second, around 25%, and the head of extreme poor people categorized as the elderly. And these are the profile of household who are living in extreme poverty. Okay, what are the legal basis for development policy? There are again several regulations starting from law and then government regulation, ministry regulation, as well as president instruction. These are all connected each other, which is the family is the foundation and pillar, the important pillar to move Indonesian as a whole become advanced country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important scheme that I would like to explain more detail. Indonesian government really consider to focus on life cycle of development of the people, meaning that we have to pay attention. Wait a minute, I think this one. Yeah, we have to consider the whole life cycle of the people, starting from the pregnant and breastfeeding women, early childhood, school age children, working in productive age until elderly. So we call this life cycle approach development. Every single part of life cycle development should be followed by different government policy and different government intervention. The comprehensive synergy of social welfare program is needed. What are the program for the pregnant and breastfeeding women regarding on the food, health, and etc. So these are the different in the government intervention to fulfill the basic need, food, health, education, and of course, finally, we hope that all family have the same level of welfare to achieve the advanced country by 2045. Back to this slide. Actually, if we put different category of the people, extreme poor people, poor, vulnerable to poor, and emerging middle income. These are the stages for the whole people in Indonesia to move up from extreme poverty. So gradually, they will move to the categories of poor people, vulnerable poverty, vulnerable to poverty, and the end emerging middle income. What are the social assistance? The government provide food, health, and education, and then also we have a different program for fulfilling a basic need, social assistance, as well as social security. This social security contribution assistance in Indonesia, we have two important social protection. First, regarding on the health insurance, which is already registered around 98 of Indonesian population already registered in BPJS Kesehatan, or to be able to access for the health facilities. And the second social protection or social security regarding on the worker, there are 5 important programs for social protection for the worker in Indonesia. And currently, the member of the social protection for the worker in Indonesia achieve around almost 50 million worker are already include in social protection of labor. So another part, it is not only the social assistance that given by the government, but we have to move to the capacity building program, starting from development, income generation, and accumulation of saving and risk management. For development itself, like for example, development of interest and enhance the both technical and non-technical skills, and also development of self-resilience. And if we come up to the income generation, there are different government intervention, starting to productive assets, transfer business, and then productive asset transfer business, support, and infrastructure subsidies. Then if the one family able to move to emerging, become people categorized emerging middle income, government will support through the community enterprises. Another part of income generation is regarding on internship and job placement. It should be again connect between supply side and demand side. Supply side related to the education system, demand side regarding on the industry as well as business activity. How these two sides should be connect each other, because in Indonesia there are around 153 labor force, and regarding on the unemployment, the rate of unemployment in Indonesia is around 4.5% something, which is around 7.2 million people are categorized as unemployment. Mostly they are youth unemployment. So therefore, we really have to have a good policy to connect between supply side and demand side. The last one, the accumulation of saving and risk management. We have to support for the people to become literate for the financial sector. Financial behavior should be improved. Yeah, we call it access to business capital through credit and disaster insurance. And then active labor market should be worked. We have to ensure that there are no missing market in labor market. Dear participant, this the community burden reduction strategy. How we have to transform household toward empowerment and self-resilient. Self-resilient require family member of productive age, and the second, an ideal social assistance convergence scheme is needed based on family characteristic. Indonesia government now set up that social assistance will be given to the family who are very, very important for this intervention, maximum just 5 years. Meaning that social assistance just only given to the extreme poor people just only 5 years. So after 5 years, they have to be more independent, they have to be more empowered through several government intervention. Government of Indonesia will intervene the whole life of social assistance just only for two group categories of people. First, the elderly who are unproductive people, and then second, for the people with disability who are unproductive. So government will provide several programs for the whole life, just only for two group of the people, the elderly who are unproductive people and the people with disability who are unproductive. So the rest of the people will be provide the government intervention just only 5 years. Dear participant, there is a several program provided by the government. So actually based on the what we call it CCT, conditional cash transfer programs. Through the single data reference by President Instruction number 4 2025, finally Indonesia able to have single data reference. We call it DTSEN, DTSEN, which is it is comprised and merging the different data from different government institution, consists of 285 million people by name, by address. Therefore, the all targeted government program will be more efficient because we have 285 by name, by address people in Indonesia. Then we categorize by decile, the welfare of the people in Indonesia, decile 1 up to decile 10. Decile 1 meaning that this categorized of poor people. So therefore, all individu in Indonesia who are under categorized of decile 1 should be receive different category of government intervention. The aim is that the decile 1 should be moved up to decile 2, move up to decile 3, and then we the goal is, as I said before, by 2045 Indonesia will reach advanced country in the world. So these are the different program offered by or provided by the government. How many minutes I still have to present my presentation?
You have 3 minutes left, sir.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let me come up. I think my presentation will be shared to you, so you can follow. Wait a minute. Okay, this one. Yeah. A strategy for increasing community income. The important one is how we have to collaborate among all stakeholders. The synergy, the convergence of different programs from the central government, local government, philanthropy, higher education, or university. We have to work together to be able to increase the welfare of the society. The strengthening of the ecosystem for economic empowerment is needed. Like, for example, labor intensive, increased skill, asset transfer, and then and then mentoring and incubation, startup, and then strengthening the entrepreneurship. These are the whole scheme that to be implemented in every part of Indonesia, which is a community-based economic activity is the one of the important pillar. By having this kind of stages, scheme, and convergence of different government intervention, we believe that the Indonesian welfare of the people will be increased starting from the family and the community. I think these all my presentation. If you have any question, Either you can direct contact me or send a message to me, or we can discuss further. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate for the committee and then the faculty of human ecology having this 9 summer course in IPB. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Nunu, for such a meaningful and impactful keynote speech. We truly appreciate your time and valuable contribution to this event. So now the next agenda is we will begin our panel discussion. But before we begin, please be informed that at the end of today's session, there will be a presence form, and kindly make sure to fill it out as it is required for certificate distribution. And to the linked form will be shared at the end of the event via Zoom chat. So yeah, please fill the link. To proceed to the next agenda, please allow me to introduce our moderator for today's panel discussion, Dr. Nur Islamia, SPSE, MPSE, PhD. She holds a bachelor degree in psychology from State Islamic University, a master profession in clinical psychology from the University of Indonesia, a doctoral degree in clinical child psychology from the University of Copenhagen, Denmark. Dr. Islamia is currently a lecturer at the Child Development Division, Department of Family and Consumer Science in Faculty of Human Ecology at the University. She is a certified child and family psychologist with a strong commitment to promoting mental health and well-being across diverse population. In addition to her academic role, she is the founder of Teman Lulus and Huga Indonesia, which are two social initiatives that focus on student well-being and culturally grounded parenting approaches. She is also an active speaker in various national and international seminars and webinars, particularly in the field of mental health and child development. Dr. Nur Islamia is also a researcher whose work focuses on emotion regulation in children and families within culturally diverse settings. Her expertise includes parenting practices, especially fathering, and developing culturally grounded interventions to support child well-being and family engagement. She also explores family dynamics in clinically anxious children. So we are delighted to have her to guide us through today's discussion. Please welcome Dr. Nur Islamia. The time is yours.
Thank you once again to our MC, Talita, for the energy and your enthusiasm. It truly lifted my spirit to today's session. Thank you very much. As we heard from our previous talks, the world today is facing many challenges for social, economic, environmental, and beyond. While these issues may seem complex, am I right? One of the most powerful places to start making change is within the family, because strong, resilient family can shape resilient communities, and that's what brings us together today. And from Pak Nunung, Prof. Nunung, we can conclude that the Indonesian government places families at the heart of its long-term national development strategy. Through the National Long-Term Development Plan, the government emphasizes that family resilience is the foundation of sustainable development, and 6 out of 8 national development, if I'm not mistaken, the agendas directly support family development policies, ranging from access to basic services, community-based economic empowerment and social protection, to the preservation of local culture and inclusive regional development. In other words, strengthening family means strengthening the nation. And now we will explore the topic of family resilience in the face of global challenges and hear from esteemed speakers from other countries, specifically Singapore. Yeah, Singapore. Are you excited, other participants? Yeah, so without a further ado, let us begin by our first speaker. We have three speakers, and the first speaker is Dr. Razwana Begum. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Please do correct me if I didn't. She is an associate and head of program at the Singapore University of Social Sciences, or SUSS. She has played a key role in academic leadership, having led the development of Singapore's first undergraduate degree in public safety and security, and launching the flagship postgraduate program in global security and strategy at SUSS. And Dr. Azwana brings over 20 years of experience spanning public service, policy development, and academia. She is known for her interdisciplinary approach in teaching and research, blending insight from various sectors to address societal issues. And her current research interests focus on family threatening program in Singapore, specifically enhancing urban family resilience through policy innovation, digital transformation, and community partnership works. I must say, Dr. Wazwana, I'm personally very impressed by how you has been able to translate your research into real impact, bridging academic insight with policy and community implementation. It's truly inspiring to see research not only on stay on paper, but also shape program that benefits society at large. Dr. Razwana, thank you so much for being us today. Hello from Bogor. How's everything on your side today? Assalamualaikum.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, all good with me. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm also good. Have you ever visited Indonesia before?
I have many times.
Okay, nice to hear.
Right
And
away.
which of the region that you have experienced the most?
I mean, the closest to Singapore is, of course, Batam and Bintan. That's very
Yeah.
close to us. Not to mention,
All right.
Jakarta and Jogja and all those other beautiful, beautiful state that you have in Indonesia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now turning to your expertise, your work has been truly influential in showing how policy, innovation, and community support can strengthen urban families. We're very much looking forward to learning from your perspective, especially how Singapore navigates these global challenges in practical and impactful ways. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Razwana to deliver her presentation, and the screen is yours.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. Okay, let me just begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum to everyone and to those who are joining us, from other parts of the world. I don't know, the participants are from everywhere, right? Peace be upon you as well. Good morning to those who got up very early, I guess, from Indonesia time as well, even in other parts, to listen to our presentation today. Firstly, I would like to thank the university for inviting me to share on families' resilience in Singapore. On top of that, I'm very heartened to see that this summer course that's organized by IPB University is also focusing on integrating policy, digital innovation, and community support. I think this is very, very important, not just for countries that are up, I would call countries that are still developing, but this is also equally important for countries like even Singapore, where we are fully developed, but we are still facing challenges in terms of how do we get the communities to come in and do more. How do we integrate digital, innovation, and what do we do when it comes to policies that we want to bring the policies to the ground? So before I go into my presentation per se, I would like to just highlight a little bit about my background and why that background matters. Maybe I'll just go into this, right? I started my career as a children's home social worker. So I worked in a children's home as a social worker. Most of the children, they were there because the parents or the families could not look after them. Most of the time, the parents were either in prison, and then the children were looked after by their grandparents. They were neglected. There was a lot of abuse, and therefore the state or the government has to take over, right, and look after them. It was not a very pleasant place to be. I was a very young person. I was not trained in social work at the time. So I felt, very, very sad, doing the work that I was doing there. So I left that and I joined the ministry. At that time, the ministry was the one that was handling child protection work and probation work. This is for people who have committed an offense. So because I do not have the qualification, the job that was given to me was to be a probation officer because of my background in law. I think that was a blessing, because if I had been in child protection, I don't think I would have stayed that long, because the issues can be really, really difficult to see, and it's hard to imagine that sometimes parents or family can do such harm to young children, right? Especially babies. So I was a probation officer, and I was there for close to 20 years. In that 20 years, I got myself, equipped with social work as well as with counseling, profession. And all of those things is the reason why after doing my PhD, I decided to go to the university, because I feel that the university must be able to raise students who can actually do the job when they go out into the workplace. So that's why we do a lot of applied research at the university, and we try to, incorporate some of this wisdom that we teach at our university to our students, so that when they go to the workforce, it's easy for them, right? I developed the Public Safety and Security Program for the Ministry of Home Affairs. They're generally police officers, prison officers, but all of them also deal with families, right? And that's why the resilience of the family is really important, because at the end of the day, like what the moderator has rightfully identified, family is your first line of defense. If you can do that work really well within the family, then we don't need all these other agencies to come in, and we can save a lot of resources and time, and of course a lot of harm that can be done, because we don't want a person to go to, take away, put in children's home. From children's home, likely from experience, they may end up in boys' home or girls' home. Then from there, they might end up in prison. That's not good. That's not what we want, right? So we try, to avoid that. So based on what I have gone through, my sharing is really related to that. And at the same time, because of my affiliation with the ministry, we are also looking at what can we do to strengthen marriages and families. So we're looking at a new program that we have developed by the government of Singapore, which is allowing people, before they get married, before they go into the nikah, right? The solemnization, the Qadi and the Naib Qadi is the one that's looking after them for at least 2 years. After the nikah, they look after them for 2 years. So this is a new program. It's called Bersamamu in Malay. All right. And in English, it's called Journey with You. But we are still doing the research, and hopefully, in the next 2 years, we'll be able to release that data. So before I begin, I know there's many of you here, and maybe you can think about, some of these things that's going through your mind when you look at the title. First of all, what does family resilience mean to you? If you can identify that in one word or one phrase, that'd be wonderful. Maybe you can use the chat box to put in some words for you. You may want to think of a time, even in your family, that you went through challenges. What helped you get through that challenge, right? And then at the same time, what is it that you value the most about your family system today? And what do you wish could be stronger? I think these 3 questions will guide you as you are thinking about your own family. You can also look at what we are trying to do in Singapore. It's not something that is unusual or different. I believe family and family system and how we feel about our family is the same universally. Right, Professor Noor, right? Yeah. So it's universal, how we treat our parents, how we treat our children is universal. So maybe you may want to think about what is resilient to you. What are the challenges you went through as a family? How did you overcome that? And what do you value the most? And what can we do more to strengthen it? So with that, I would like to start off by talking about why family resilience matters, right? I shared a little bit about the challenges I went through as a social worker. This was in 1999. I think maybe some of you, the younger ones, not even born yet, right? So very many years ago, yeah. But now I give you an example. So in Singapore, this is just a case study for you, right? In 2023, a couple is facing they have to look after their parents. As we know, our Asian values is we always want to look after our family members, so we have that aging parents, and then we also have children that we need to look after, right? And this couple is so tired, right? And emotionally they feel very distant from their children, and they're also struggling with their work-life balance, because as we know as well, Singapore is very good in many things, but we also have stressors that goes through our family units as well. So what we had to do was we had to provide a coordinated support. First of all, we need to strengthen their marriage so that they can be strong, they can know what to do with each other, so they can work together to support their children. Then only they can look after their aging parents, right? And then we can also provide other supports, right? Parenting workshop. Maybe they don't know how to communicate with their children. Nowadays, all children tend to use, mobile text messages. Sometimes we don't know the icon, the symbols that they are using. Maybe that's why they need to go for a workshop. Maybe the elder care, they need further support, hospitalization, perhaps in terms of the type of medication, and all that. That can help as well. They found new ways to connect. So all of those services is services that should be given by the government. And that's what Singapore government is trying to do. So about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we did a collective study called SG Forward, Singapore Forward. So this year we celebrate 60 years of independence. And many of you know Singapore in the map is just a very small dot, unlike Indonesia, which is, have got all the resources, including beautiful sceneries and, resources from the ground. You have all this wealth, right? We don't have that, unfortunately. Our wealth is only our people. And we are very, very tiny, very small. So what can we do for the next 60 years in making sure that Singapore do not lag behind, right? Of course, as part of Asia, Indonesia is our closest neighbors. Malaysia is our closest neighbor. We want all of us to grow together. It's not about competing. It's not about a competition. But I must say that Singapore is coming from a deficit. Deficit because not only we don't have the space or the land or the resources, now we don't even have the people. Our total fertility rate is low, right? And that's also got to do with the stressors and the problems that the family is facing. So after the Singapore Forward, we came up with this idea that we want to make Singapore made for families. And how do we do that? Here you can see some of the initiatives that was rolled out at this year's Committee of Supply, and also as part of the budget, the budget debate that we had this year. As you can see here, there are many different ways that we try, to incorporate whatever resources that we have. We try to make it as fun as possible. We have this family zone, Gardens by the Bay. Again, one of the things I like about Indonesia is all your mountains. I like to climb mountains. I think Lombok Rinjani is beautiful, but we don't have that opportunity. So we recreate this, in our own area. We have, family festivals. We try to give this program called Family for Life, which is again trying to use, your phone, your app, to try to find those problems, marriage, where can you go? Can you go for counseling? If you have problem with your elder care, where can you go for help? So all of those things are using technology as well. And of course, because fortunate for us, we have very strong economy, we can also provide greater subsidies, greater support, so that families can use childcare, can use early childhood, preschool accessibilities and all that. So that's the latest thing that we've been doing. I'll go into some of the details in a moment. So when you're looking at national vision and making Singapore made for families. This is not something that we can easily do just like that, right? If you want to build things, we can get the resources, we can get the bricks, we can put them all together, and then we can start building. But when you look at family, the foundation is really, really important. So that's why one of the things that we are doing is to see how can we support marriages before they even get married, right? So that's one of the things that we are trying to do. A society where families are nurtured and supported. I think that's what we need. We do not want the example I gave you earlier, the parents who do not know how to handle their own older, aged parents or their children. They are lost and they don't know what to do, right? We don't want them to be stuck. We want to be able to support them, and they must be feeling like they can come forward and get that support. So that's one. The Made for Families is also part of Forward SG. As I said, when we spoke to many Singaporeans, many of them felt, yes, we have world-class services, we have very good transportation, maybe we have very good housing and all that, very good education, but family also matters, right? So this is what our population told us. They said, we need to do more for our family, we need to do more for our children, and of course, because we are an aging society, we need to do more for our elderlies. So that was one of the key things that came out from our, engagement with many different individuals in Singapore. And that's why this is part of the pillar within the care pillar. I can share all the links if any of you are interested with this report that has been published, how we collected the information. I can share all this with you, no problem. And we try to anchor in shared values. It's about care, commitment, and cohesion as well. So the other thing I mentioned, because we live in a very small city, in the past, we felt that our population, it's very difficult for us to grow the population very big, very quickly. We don't have that space, in placing all our population. So that was a struggle we faced at the very beginning when we gained our independence, right? We actually had certain, measures to say, maybe you have to stop at 2 children. That was at the very beginning, because we wanted to look after the children that we already have. But now the struggle that we are facing is we do not have enough children, and I think this is not unusual. A lot of developed countries are facing this. I guess it's really fortunate for Indonesia, Malaysia, you still have a very young population, which is a blessing, right? Because they can go out and work and they can support the older people. For us, we don't have that, right? So we need to be able to get our families to be independent and not just take all the resources that comes from the government, because we cannot keep giving as well. So that's why it is about care, commitment, and cohesion. It has to be two parties coming together, the government providing the support, and then the families doing their part as well. They cannot say, I just want the money, or we're not a welfare state, where you just get the resources from the government. I think that's really important as well. So the core values are commitment to family as the basic unit of society. The ministry that was it was called Ministry of Community Development. It changed name 4 times. Now it's called Ministry of Social and Family Development. The word family is there. And it's really important that we look at family as our first line of defense. Unlike the European countries in Australia, maybe, where, we have a lot of welfare mechanisms. If you're not working, you get some money. If you have children, you don't want to go to work, we give you money. We try to make sure that you rely on your family first. But in order for us to do that, the family has to have this shared responsibility. So we give incentives. If you buy a house, okay, in Singapore, it's not a house, it's an apartment because we don't have space, right? So you buy an apartment and you buy that apartment next to your parents, like 1 kilometer or less, we give you more subsidy. Your house might be slightly cheaper because you are living next to your parents. Why is that important? Because when you have children, you can maybe get your parents to look after the children, the grandparents can look after the children. Or if your parents are not well, you're staying nearby, you can go and support them as well. So you don't rely on the resources that's given only by the government, right? Yeah, so that's really important across generation. We need to build trust, resilience, and mutual care, as well as the social cohesion through strong family. So what are the ingredients that goes into the strong family? We have done enough research. We know that for marriages, for instance, the first 2 to 5 years is really, really important. We need to make sure they don't, get separated during that period. And then what are the information that they need, communication, conflict resolution, all of those things. So we try to do all of that and also get the parents' involvement, get the larger, we used to have kampongs, right? Village, the gotong royong. I'm sure the Indonesians know what gotong royong is, right? Like you really support one another in a village setting. We try to create that, even though we are living in concrete blocks, in short, small apartments here in Singapore. So what is the changes, if you're looking at this? So this might be different from country to country. However, I think even the earlier speaker was talking about some of the challenges. I think the challenges, like I said, is the same. What family wants, what a person wants from a family, from their parents, when they get married, what they want to give the children is probably the same, but our challenges are different. And for us, it is getting very quickly. Our aging population is getting older and older, and we are seeing more and more single person, looking after, and then dual income household as well. Because many people are not getting married. When they don't get married, they become old, they're living alone, right? And because, we don't live in that kind of environment where it's like a kampong, someone who's older could be living in an apartment that's on the 15th floor. And if anything happens to that person, we may not know. So that's also very sad, right? Yeah. And then they're delaying their marriage, which also have got an implication because we all know our body is such, is given by God, right? We cannot delay certain things. So when we delay marriage, we delay the opportunity to have children, and then that has got an implication as well sometimes. And also there's a lot of diversity within the type of families. We are also seeing increasingly families where it could be, they get divorced and then they get married again. It's what we call blended families or reconstituted families. And then you have the mother with 2 children from a previous marriage, father with 2 children from the previous marriage, right? We have that. We also have increasingly couples getting married with people from overseas, and then they come in and they live in our country. There are also changes there. So our total fertility rate right now is 1.04. 1 in 4 Singaporeans will be aged 65 and above. 2 in 3 families are dual income. So this is changing very, very quickly. There are also latest, update on this. We can see that the numbers is around that. And we need to do more to encourage our young people to look at family as a priority, right? It's not just about education or career or, buying a house, buying a car and all that. Family should also be a priority. So what are the stressors that we are facing? So here from the caregiver survey, we realized that the key stressors on families is really the caregiving burden. This goes back to your data. Not many young people not getting married, and then the older people are living longer. Our country is blessed, maybe. We have very good, medical support. People are living longer, good food, good nutrition. So, people are living much, much longer than 65 now, right? And then what happens to them when they're living on their own? Who's going to look after them? However, despite the fact that they could be having access to, healthy food, but again, our Asian food, sometimes not so healthy, right? So that also, gives a bit of a problem. People are living longer, but they're not living in a way that is they're able to contribute, right? So they might have diabetes, they may have, some of those chronic illness, and they need treatment, they need support as well. So I think that's also another challenge, right? Then the work-life tension, burnout, that's also very, very real. I think this is happening everywhere. Our economy is not growing as fast as it should. These are all challenges as well. Mental health and emotional well-being. We are seeing a lot of this, especially with social media, the kind of information that's being sent out. The younger generation these days, I would think they are in a era where they want everything very quickly. I don't know whether any of the younger people here already fallen asleep now, because if they look at TikTok videos, it's only a few seconds. We are going half an hour already, you know. So yeah, anyway, I think that what I'm trying to say is that the mental health, we don't really know the extent because we don't know the impact of technology and smartphones, you know, and social media on our young people. We know a little bit, but I think it could be deeper than that, right? And also the digital disruption to family bonding. I'm sure you would have witnessed. Sometimes you go to a restaurant, people are all having their meals, and then you see one family sitting there. The children are using their iPad, watching videos, and then the mother is sending a text, and then the father is doing, you know, talking on the phone. They're not interacting or engaging. They are engaging with a device, right? Yeah. So I think that's also something that we need to think about, and it's an issue. So here, then we have what we call a whole of society approach. So I mean, this is also targeted to the topic that was given to us today. You know what we are talking about. So we have the government, we have the platforms, you know, that we have created, which is literally we try to make it as digital as possible. And then we have the family service centers, you know, the social service agencies, and then the workplaces and the digital tool. So I'll give you an example, just one example. With regards to the government initiative, so we have the Ministry of Social Family Development, Ministry of Education, Early Childhood Development Authority, because remember we mentioned children are important. We need to look after their mental health. And then the Aging Society, right? AIC. So children aging. And then MSF looks after the families. And then MOE looks after the education aspects of it. Okay. So the platforms, Families for Life, all of those things you can Google and you can find all the information that you need. But I can also send you the link, no problem. I didn't want to put everything in the slide because you can. I give you an example of Kickstart, which is something that we have rolled out nationally, right? So Kickstart came about 10, 12 years ago when a social service agency who was doing work in rental apartments. These are families with low income, and they were, you know, facing a lot of challenges and difficulties. When they have children, they don't have the resources to send the children to childcare, and because of that, they are not able to go out and work, right? And sometimes because they don't have the resources, they don't go for medical checkup early, then this becomes a problem as well. So from experience, when I said in 1999, I was in the children's home, I can already see this at that time. I used to think, why is it that we are not doing more work in the hospital setting? You know, for I think the older people here who are mothers, I think we all know when we become mothers, right? I mean, when we are pregnant, we go to the hospital. The hospital will teach you, you know, sometimes how to bathe the child, how to feed the child. You know, I think all of those things are really, really important. But they must also teach a little bit more, right? Why can't they highlight this responsibility? It's not just about bathing or feeding the children. Doesn't mean that the children is 3, 4 years old can walk on their own. Then you can let them do whatever they want, right? A child is a responsibility, is a gift. And as a parent, I think the responsibility is, as a mother, I can say is forever. You know, just because your child is 50 years old doesn't mean you don't care about the child. I mean, my mother still worries whenever me and my sister go climb mountain, she's calling, and then we tell her mountain got no signal. Then she gets very worried, right? My mother is in her she's almost 80, but she still worries about her children. And we are adults. I mean, I've got my own children, you know. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that we need to do more. So the Kickstart started off like that. From the hospital setting, we look after a mother, a family. When she comes in pregnant, we look after the family in terms of, do you have enough resources? What are the financial assistance that you need? What kind of support do you require? And we try to help you from the beginning. So we make sure that the mother is taking nutritional items so that when the child is born healthy. And then we can support the child through childcare, caregiving needs, and then, you know, help the mother to get a job, you know, eventually help the mother to be able to save enough money to buy her own apartment. So that's what Kickstart is doing. It's really meant for those very high risks. And we have a social worker who can accompany them. I think, you know, maybe you may not know this, but sometimes we say family needs to be resilient. And then we just give them the pamphlet. Okay, this is the number, you go and call. But the family do not even know what they need, right? Some people, some family may not even have that understanding. So this is where it's really important that the social worker, follows through, not just give the pamphlet or not just give the number and say that you need to go, they have to follow through until the family is stable. So this can be for years. It can be until the child is 3 or 4 or 5 years old. So this is a lot of investment. Again, time, we need the right people to do this, people who are trained well, social workers who got the ability to do it, as well as financial resources, right? So we only bring in people who really need this. That's an example of Kickstart. We did announce a study that we did last year as part of Kickstart, and we know this will work. So we are hopeful, we can make sure all families, deserve the same treatment. Doesn't matter if they come from low income families, they are still supported, right? So that at the end, we can make sure that Singapore is a Singapore that's made for family, not just the rich families or the stable families, but for all families, right? That's really important as well. And then finally, of course, we have the resources in the community, which is the family service centers, and also how can the workplace comes in. Later on, I will give a little bit of an example from what I do in my capacity as a board member, as a president of PPIS. PPIS is Persatuan Pemudi Islam Singapura, and we deal with women and families, not just Muslim women, but for all women and all families. I'll share a little bit later on what we have done specifically on Muslim women and the kind of support that they need in Singapore. So moving on, so this is an example. I'm just going to give you all this so that it's a bit more easy for you to understand. So how can we support families through every stages? There are the higher caregiving support, the aging population, the young Singaporeans who are anxious about housing, child raising costs, and then the work-life harmony. So I think all of those things are also critical and important. So this is where the whole of government comes in, right? We need to look at how are we developing our housing, apartments. Last time got the kampung, very easy. You can leave, you can go out. You say you want to go to work, you can leave the child next door neighbor. Now, you don't have that next door neighbor accessibility. So when we build apartments, new, estates, we need to make sure that we have childcare. And then now we realize childcare alone not enough. Must also have elder care, right? Elder care alone maybe not enough because we also need family service centers, right? So all of those things have come together. So the public housing must be affordable, fair. We have more support for parents who got babies, and then the mental well-being is also important, and more support for our caregivers. So that's what we mean by support through all stages of families. So you can see the differences in our budget. Of course, we are. This is all very much tied to your GDP, right? The more we have our economic development, the more we are able to provide. In terms of the support, right? It does look a bit like we provide a lot of credits, and vouchers. But at the end of the day, these are meant to help a family that is struggling on a day-to-day basis. I know from my own experiences when I was working as a probation officer, sometimes I do home visits. The house may not have any furniture at all. Sometimes, it's very sad to see that a child, could be sharing one packet of rice with 3 other members of the family. They sometimes need help immediately. It's not something that they can wait until a month, a year, later. So this is what we are trying to do with immediate support, but at the same time we continue to provide assistance for the childcare and all those other supports that we can give on a day-to-day basis. A lot of focus on children. Again, total fertility rate is low. We must have quality childcare, quality support, so that young people, when they get married, they want to have children. Otherwise, they will go too expensive, too much, effort. I need to look after the child. I have my own family members. Some have been married for 10 years. They will go, I rather look after cats. It's easier. then they don't want to be taking that burden, that responsibility of looking after children, right? Slightly different from maybe my generation or my parents' generation. My grandmother had 6 children. She was from Penang, Malaysia, right? So it's slightly different, but this is what's happening. So we need to address that. If we don't, then we're going to go into the same problem, of no babies, being born to Singaporeans in Singapore. The Family Service Center, so this is also an example of the kind of work that they do. They provide support for families who are experiencing emotional, personal, social challenges. They do all of those kind of services in terms of casework, group work, and also refer them to other agencies as well, and also community work. And those are all the family services. As I said, it's in different parts of Singapore. Singapore is very small, but we still try to make it very easy. You go down, you can get help at the block rather than you need to take the bus, or travel somewhere. So all of those things are being done. And also the community initiatives, as I mentioned, I just wanted to give you like a general, touch points in terms of supporting family. The nexus is important. Sometimes we cannot have one ministry say, this one, your problem, I don't want to handle, Then the health ministry said, no, the babies is a MSF problem. When the baby is born in a hospital, if anything happens, we're not going to look after, but we cannot do that anymore. We all have to talk. We all have to have the same support. What we call no wrong door policy. So a person walks in the hospital, open one door, the person cannot say, hey, wrong door, you got to go that next door, you got to go next building. No, that particular door can give the support that the person needs, right? From being a civil servant for many years in the past, I always hear people say, you government can handle everything. When they come to me, right, they say I can handle housing, water problem, telecommunication problem, all the government can handle. That's how people sometimes expect the kind of help, the citizens are expecting this. So we must be able to provide, not because they don't want to go to other places. Sometimes they just don't know. They don't know that they're supposed to go to different places. So why not we help them a little bit more? Why not we give them the additional support, right? Then the marriage and parenthood, package, the baby bonus, the housing, and then the leave, all of those things are really, really quite critical. We started that a couple of years ago. We are enhancing that, again, working with the employers, asking for more parental leave, and support for parents when the children is not well. So all of those leave, we are doing it progressively because, the bosses also don't want to give you, one shot. All right. So we need to work with them slowly, and convince them. And then we have the Family for Life Council, where we provide national outreach. And then, of course, the caregiver support plan as well. So I'm going to go a bit more quickly because I have about 10 minutes left, just to be mindful about everybody's time. In terms of the support, I think this is quite critical when it comes to the use of online measures. We tend to use Google a lot. Now we tend to use a lot of ChatGPT and all of those things, right? But it's really important that the information is accurate and we don't rely on, therapy or counseling being done online, right? We don't want that. We need to have proper assessments. It's very easy, sometimes you go, okay, I got a headache, I got this symptom, and then you ask, right? Then suddenly the information says, oh, you got very serious disease. Then you panic, but actually it's not true, right? So we need to be able to find that right resources. And from our research, we know that the parents are very worried about this digital supervision. I know a lot of parents say, no iPad, no cartoon, my child won't eat, right? If I remove the device, he's going to cry and cry and cry. I don't know what to do, right? So these are all real problems. What do we do about it? That's what the research shows, and we need to do more in terms of the parenting skills. Maybe don't give them the device when they're babies. Now the 2-year-old know how to swipe, know how to put in, sometimes even the can even open, right, using password. They are all very smart, but that's not a good skill to have. The good skill to have is for them to go out and play, right? To be able to communicate with one another, not to use this, devices for them to be, happy, and all, and for them to be able to eat. Okay, So with that, I want to go into the specific, work. I thought this might be helpful as well. Coming in, as what we do at PPIS. Again, I can share this with you. You can Google it and you'll be able to find this information as well. So we did this study. We are repeating this study again this year. Next year, we'll have a report. Because we're also looking at, as I mentioned earlier, Singapore is for everyone. It doesn't matter what's your race, religion, culture, everyone, right? But then again, we also know that different culture have got different ways of doing things. We need to be able to provide information in a culturally appropriate and sensitive manner, right? So like the marriage program that we are providing, the Bersamamu is done by Night Qadi and Qadis, whereas the one that's for non-Muslims is done by people from the church. It can be done from the solemnizers. It can be done from by anyone who has got that training. Okay, so it's slightly different. So that's what we've been doing as part of PPIS, and we did this study to look at what will be some of the efforts that we can do to support our Muslim women, in terms of their aspiration. So it's actually called Aspiration of Muslim Women, and in terms of their aspiration for families and all. So the family resilience, as we have found, from what they have shared, they feel that communication and emotional openness is really important. The routines, rituals, and shared values, they want to keep to their values, they don't want this to be, taken away just because they are working in certain places and they are doing long hours. The social support is also important, and help-seeking behavior is also important. And then finally, how do they adapt? A lot of women, we know as well, certain culture, certain background, when they have a child, they want to, step out. They don't want to work for a while. They want to stay home, look after the child first. And then after 2 years or 3 years, what we call women back to work, right? How do we get them to go back to work? I think that is another aspect, another area that we need to look at, right? And then we also look at workplaces. So they want flexible work arrangements, caregiving support. They want employers who can promote, family-friendly policies, volunteerism and intergenerational bonding activities. And then, of course, the use of smart nation tools for parenting and caregiving. I think these are all, enablers that we can do. What can the workplace do? So as I mentioned earlier, it's almost impossible, to leave. You can, but, it's best that both parents work, right? So that you have more, financial resources for your children, for your parents, for your housing and all that. But if a mother chooses to stay behind and then look after the child, and then when she goes back to work, she cannot because there's competition or there's a lot of problems, or she doesn't know how to do that. I think that becomes an issue as well. So that's something that we need to look at in terms of the smart nation. There is also a lot of support when it comes to the family first culture. We know that policy alone is not enough. Every sector has got a role. We cannot just, like I said, cannot just give the pamphlet. Okay, this is the number you can call. You go home and you call, or you go home and you fill up the form. The form filling up also sometimes can be confusing for some people, right? Yeah, so it's really important that we provide this kind of support. And then at every stages, I think the most important thing is that it must be accessible. That means if need be, we need to provide it in different language. We need to explain in Malay, maybe in Chinese, in Tamil. We must be able to do that. It cannot be stigmatizing. You cannot say, oh, this particular group or this particular culture, this particular group of young people are all like that. It must be also inclusive so that people can come forward. We must create that kind of environment. And then the policy, okay, so I will skip this because I've already done this. Okay, so again, sorry for the delay in bringing to this, right? So this is 3 areas that we have looked at. The outcome was almost 80% want to continue to work, right, while managing the families. This is what our Muslim women want. Close to 70 feel that they would work if they would work even if they don't need the money, because women also want to be empowered, right? And their aspiration is flexibility, fair progression, and re-entry opportunities, right? So they know after 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, they go back to work, they will be welcomed at the workplace. So there's that need to support women back to work. And then, of course, the self-reliance, faith, and family. So our faith is the Muslim faith is also quite important to these women, and they want to keep to that. They want to also fulfill their role as a mother, fulfill their role as a wife, right? And at the same time, progress in terms of their role, their aspiration. So the opportunities, we have more women who've got education now, the rising employment rate. However, right, there is also the diversity issue in terms of prayer room, halal options, inclusive dressing. This is what the women have said to us. And then some of the challenges that they face, it could be bias, underrepresentation. Some of them feel very guilty leaving their children in the childcare. And then they're at work, they cannot concentrate. When the child is sick, they want to go back. It's what we call the motherhood penalty. And then there's barriers in going back. And sometimes there can be intersectional discrimination in terms of race, gender, and faith. So to address this, we have looked at what we wanted to do in terms of the employability. So I think this is where the workplace comes in. In terms of addressing some of the issues, that the woman is facing. We have a new act and bill in Parliament. We are progressively looking at how we can, support greater, mothers and also fathers, the fathers' involvement in the workplace, talking to the employer and all that. So at the interest of time, I just wanted to maybe stop here. I started off with a reflection question at the beginning, right? In terms of what does family means to you, what does resilient means to you, and I thought maybe I can also get you to look at. I know a lot of you are young people, maybe the older ones in the room can think about this, right? I think a lot of the times we think that, oh, that experience makes me wiser, but sometimes we also need to take some time to reflect on what we have experienced. So all of you, who have gone through this wonderful experience in this summer school, right? Maybe I'll ask you these questions. You may not really know the answer yet, but maybe, after 1, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, when you think about it, then you might have, more information to share. I think all of us are balancing something right now. I'm also mindful, just because you're young doesn't mean you don't have problems. You might have the more problems than we do, as adults, right? You could be balancing something, maybe, figure out, what are your struggles and what is your source of strength. And then at the same time, how can you serve others through your journey? I think resilience is all about this. I don't know whether I gave you the formula for resilience. I hope I did, from your own reflection, from what you've experienced, and also what Singapore is doing. There's a lot of programs, a lot of policies, a lot of initiatives, but at the same time, the resilience can also come from us, right? I think we are all capable of doing things differently. No need to do the same, Singapore and Indonesia, no need to be exactly the same. We share something similar, but other things can be different. It doesn't matter. We are all we all have our strengths in different ways. So with that, I would like to, stop my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. I hope, it was informative, and thank you to the moderator as well for listening, for engaging with all my jokes and all that. So with that, thank you very much, and I will wait for the questions that come on board.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Razwana. I used to think that family-related challenges in Singapore were relatively minimal. But this session has shown us that the issues are just as complex as evolving. Maybe some are even quite similar to what we have in Indonesia. And what I really appreciate on how your presentation, and one phrase that stood out to me was, family is the first line of defense. Wow, I love that. It's really powerful. I will remember as my quote. Okay, now before we move to the next part, I'd love to read out of the few amazing responses we received in a chat box from your previous questions, and I think it's really good and awesome. Yeah, to me, family resilient means the ability to family to stay united. So it means united, adapt, and overcome difficulties together, no matter how tough that situation is. MashaAllah, yeah. And family resilience to me is being able to live in one's stability and care in all situations. And I read this like to overcome a challenge. During a tough time, we supported each other through open communication, patience, and prayer. What helped most was staying united and believing things would get better. Okay, I think That's the most inspiring for me, that family have to be united, and we should have a communication. Now, I would love to invite anyone to ask directly. Please feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself. We'd be happy to hear your voice. Anyone? Any one of you want to say hi to Dr. Azwana? Hello.
Everyone. Maybe while anyone want to answer, I
Yes.
could respond to
The,
I
the,
think
the questions. Okay.
yeah, Ambar,
Yes.
Rahayu, I think, thank you for this question. It's a very good question. And the rest of you, thank you so much, for putting in those words about what family resilience truly mean. I think the key words here is really, being able to stay united, to be feeling safe and all that. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And the question on the mental health and well-being, right, in terms of trying to make families happy, I think now we realize the impact of it, and we are doing a lot more initiatives in trying to address mental health and well-being as a priority. I know we are not, a lot of countries may not necessarily look at this as one of the development area, but Singapore is looking at this right now, because we know that even if we have stability in terms of the economy and all of those things, but if you're not able to look after the well-being of our people, the stress level and the happiness and all that, that will have an impact. So what we are doing here is starting from young. So whatever that we are trying to do with the young people in the childcare and schools and all that, all the different initiatives, all the different types of activities that we promote, families for life, and encouraging people to spend more time with their family. I think this is the many different campaigns. Those are the things that we're trying to do. So as you can see, even the social service agencies like PPIS, which is a voluntary agency, right? We are also trying to see what can we do, like support our Muslim women as well with their family aspirations. So that's what we are trying to do in this context, right? We are starting now. We don't really have the outcome, but we are moving towards that in the future. There's also a lot of research being done because we also realize that resilience in Southeast Asia is different from resilience in the Western world, right? Their philosophy is different. We want to still live together. Western world, when they are 16, 17, the children will move out. It's norm,
Yes,
right?
that's
So
true.
we are also trying to see how can we look at our Asian values and keep that together. So there is a research being, commissioned on this as well. Anyone else have got any other, questions?
Wow, we have a lot of questions here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So family system, what are the pattern? I think the family system in Singapore generally tend to still be the traditional system, because we are still an Asian conservative society to some extent, right? So it's a typical, father, mother with children kind of a thing. However, we do see quite a bit of divorce and remarriages. So that also happens. So we have reconstituted families as well. But increasingly now, as I mentioned earlier, the issue is also about people not getting married and then they're single. The single mom, or no, not single mom. I think children, people still don't have children if they're not married. That is not the norm. But I think what I'm trying to say here is that people don't get married and then they end up being alone, living alone and all that. So that's also something that we're seeing. The difference is very clear. You have a very young population. You still have a lot of, extended family supports and all that. The total fertility rate is a very clear indicator. Indonesia, Malaysia has got the youngest population in Asia, I would say, right? Simple ways to support each other. I would think, Navid, your question is very good. Sometimes it can just be, you don't have to do a lot of things. It doesn't have to be like you need to travel, go on a holiday.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can be more stressful. You can just thing, have a meal together, right? Or watch a movie together, or play board games, or just go out, or just sit and talk.
Yes.
Sometimes you can play card games, And then the card games can have questions, like about yourself that you can reveal, simple things like that. Of course, parents would need to be very mindful. They must know how to. I think one good example is when a child is crying, don't give the handphone and say, "Watch this."
Mm,
That's not teaching the child how to regulate the emotion, right?
true.
You need to do something else. So I think that's really important. Communication is also important. Yeah, I'm mindful about the time, Professor Noor. So I am trying very hard to, answer quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome.
Okay. Do you have another questions here? Yes. Yeah. We still have a lot.
Yeah, I think the aging is, we have a Center for Aging now. We do a lot of work with the Ministry of Health in trying to come up with ways to ensure that two things, right? We have the aging society, we try to keep them engaged, what we call active aging, right? In order to do that, we work with the general practitioners to make sure people who are growing old, they're growing old healthy. They're living longer, right? Above 65, they can still work. They can still go back to their own workplaces and all of those things. So the re-employment and all of those things are something that we are trying to do as well. Because as much as possible, when a person is aging 65 and above, we cannot just say, oh, they are too old, you cannot contribute. We cannot do that, because then they're going to be home, they're going to become older and sicker, and they're going to lose, their ability to do things, their memory and all of those things, you see. So I think it's really, really important that we try, to work towards trying to get them to kind of like be a bit more active in their engagement. So look after their health, work with the employers, try to get them to, go back to work. Even if you're 65, 70, 75, you can still contribute, get them to have a lot more activities, create agencies, just like childcare, children go and play, right? Older people also must go out and play, right? They can do certain activities, and at our university in SUSS, we have a very good gerontology program up to the PhD level. That is something that we are focusing on, because we know we need more and more gerontologists, right? Not just doctors, but people who can handle older people, right? So those are the things that we are trying to do. In terms of the family centers, the family centers are run by non-profit organizations, not private sectors, but highly subsidized by the government. So the Ministry of Social and Family Development and National Council of Social Services will look at the many, many, many family service centers that we have, but the family service centers itself is run on their own. So like I mentioned, PPIS, we have two family service centers in the West and in the East. We service everybody, not just the Muslim population, but it's run by us, in terms of the money for the programming and all that, we get it from the ministry. But everything else, extra things that we want to do, we raise our own funds. The challenges, I would think the challenges really now is more the quality of the people that we are getting into work with us, the social workers, the resources, the capability, and also the different types of challenges that the family is facing. Sometimes the family can come in because they have a problem with their 2-year-old children or 2-year-old child, right? But when we start talking, we realize they also got problems with each other because they can't communicate. Then we see the child, we realize maybe the child is also being neglected or abused, and then we go to the home, we realize there's a grandmother there who's very old, not going to the hospital to get her medication and all that. So there's like multiple problems. So that's one of the problems that we're facing. In terms of the low economic condition, okay, so okay, so I suppose there is a question coming up from someone. Do we still have time for that question?
Yeah. May I interrupt you with my question?
Of course.
Yeah, I noticed that in your presentation, digital tools, right, are part of the ecosystem supporting family in Singapore. Could you elaborate more which digital initiative are being implemented, especially for children? As we know, digitalization can be a double sword edge. While it offers access and innovation, it can also disrupt family dynamics. How does Singapore address these potential challenges, especially for children? Because, as you say, don't bring them gadget if they're angry or something. So, yeah.
In Singapore, just last year,
Mhm.
we came up with this study on social media platforms, right? We wanted the social media platforms to take a greater ownership, especially when it comes to, I'm trying to, okay, so I've already found this online. Okay, so I'm just going to share this with you. I think you'll be able to, everybody will be able to get this information. Let's see. Yeah, what I was trying to say was that we realized that there was a real need to look at some of the problems, that the children are facing when it comes to the information that they're getting from TikTok, from X, and all of those things, you see. So I think because of this, we decided to do a study to see what is the responsibility of these service providers. So we are educating the parents, giving them the resources and materials. In school, we are also educating, the children. We're telling the teachers, what to do, the screen time, how to balance all of that. We have provisions for people who've got maybe online addiction, maybe they cannot live without their, mobile phone and all that. We have resources for that. We have group work. Sometimes it's done in the school by the family service centers, the social workers. So we have all that. But last year, what we did was we realized we cannot be the only one doing this, because the Facebook, the TikTok and all that, they are the one who's providing the service. So what we decided was to evaluate and assess whether are they child friendly. Are they able to, remove information that is not good for the children very quickly? So we give them what we call ratings, like a bit like, like the hotel got ratings, right? Which hotel you want to be, right? So it's something like that. I'm just going to pull out that information. It's called online safety assessment, which is in the web page. Then you can get the whole report very easily. Everybody can have this. I can
You're
also,
right.
yeah, I can't share anymore. But yeah, you just go in there, you'll be able to see this report that looks into Online Safety Assessment Report 2024, right? And what we have done to look at those information. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I saw someone raise a hand, but not now.
Yeah.
We still have like 2 minutes. Any one of you want to speak directly to our speaker? This is a rare opportunity. No? All right.
So I have sent out the regulation as well.
Yes. Okay. I think, yeah, it's really inspiring.
May I bear a question?
Yes, please.
Yes, sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Razwana. It was a very inspiring presentation. I felt really connected. And then one of my question is, I realized, please confirm, is my assumption is wrong. I assume that all the developed country, they just relying on kind of the one very short phrase, from institution to institution for the human cycle life. For example, I have been in Denmark as the happiest country in the world. They recognize that they are for in terms of the family matters, they just rely on the early child organization for for the child, and then all the older will end up in the elder all organization services or something like that. But in your country, as our neighbor, we share the same value. I realized that at the end, your country try to consider the old value. For example, the things that if I'm not wrong, you try to redefine and apply about the philosophy of kampong, which is followed by the government policy regarding the subsidy or something like that. My question is, would you like to a little bit make a kind of the summary, or what do you have in your country what is your if you agree with me with my assumption regarding from the institution to institution, what exactly your country use right now in order to can find the best way how to handle all the complexity of the family matter right now?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. Maybe I go back to my example of the Kids Start. I mentioned earlier that initially the Kids started off by a community agency who really wanted to look at, it was not called Kids Start at the time, but then the community agency really wanted to help something, to do certain things. However, we realized increasingly we cannot just tell the agency to just go to one place or the family to just go to one place. The family's needs are complex. So one-stop center is what we try to achieve, right? The family service center tries to do that, but at the same time, within the family service center, we may not have a psychologist or a psychiatrist who need to help, with the mental health. We may not have the ability to provide financial assistance. So what we try to do is to minimize, their effort in going to so many different places. So if you come to Singapore, we have, if you go to this place, it's called Geylang, Geylang Serai, where you can get a lot of Malay items and all that. We actually have like a Wisma, like a building with many different social service agencies situated in one place. So that's the way that we try to help. So that's one. Secondly, is also educating the social workers. So you have social workers, counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists. They all come together to play a role. But the social worker is the one that is supposed to be the enabler, who's supposed to help the family with the housing issue, the one that's supposed to help with the, electricity or the finance, or the job. So we try to equip the capability of the individual. So these are the two things that we are trying to do. Try to bring the infrastructure and the different agencies together, if possible, right? Within the same environment, within the same space, so that it's easier. And then educate, the person who's working with that family so that that person can do the referral if the person cannot help. Instead of saying, oh, I don't know. So this is again the no wrong door policy that we have. It takes time because we need to have, the sectors coming together, the community sector, the people sector, the private sector, as well as the government to come together to do this piece of work. So that's actually taking a bit of time, but we are slowly trying to get there. So I understand where you're coming from your example that you've been to. I think you've been to one of the European countries. We try to do that, but it's slightly different as well, because of our culture. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jaya, and also our speaker. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we have to conclude this session. Thank you once again. And we truly appreciate your valuable insight today. Yeah, for me, one thing I'm truly impressed by how Singapore government from different agencies work together to support and enhance family resilience. And I think it's impressive. To show our appreciation, we would love to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Rezwana Begum for her meaningful contribution for today's seminar. And you are most welcome to stay with us for the rest of the session or continue with your other commitment. And I think I heard that you already have another important meetings. Yeah. Thank you very much once again and wishing you a wonderful day ahead. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Next, we will welcome the committee. Is our next speaker is already here with us? I think so. Yeah, wow. Next, we will welcome Dr. Soyoung Lee, CFLE, Associate Professor. Our next distinguished speaker is an Associate Professor from Montclair University, United States. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Dr. Lee is an associate professor from the Department of Family Science and Human Development and also serve as associate department chair for the Social Justice Initiative. I noticed one detail that I find really interesting. Dr. Lee holds this title CFLE, right? Which, if I'm not mistaken, stands for Certified Family Life Educator. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, correct.
It's a professional certification granted by National Council on Family Relation, NCFR, in the United States, recognizing expertise in family education, covering areas like parenting, family dynamics, resource management, and more. So, yes, it's not just a little, it's a mark of excellence in empowering family through education and very inspiring. In terms of research, she focuses on culturally diverse families, including Korean immigrants and multicultural families, as well as parenting and mothering experiences, family life education in both community and global contexts, and family policy in Korea. She is also known for her work on teaching innovation in family science, making significant contribution to how the next generation of family professionals are trained. Beyond her academic roles, Dr. Lee is actively involved in a professional organization. She has held leadership roles with NCFR, including serving on boards and diversity committees, and is co-author of the Korean Family Focus Group. And since 2012, she also served as an editorial board member for the Journal of Human Ecology Research. I must say, after learning more about you, yeah, your background, I'm truly impressed. And she's such a perfect fit for today's theme, and I'm certain her insight will be both inspiring and thought provoking. But before we begin, Dr. Lee, may I ask you, how are you today?
I am good. I'm excited to meet you all. I just overheard the previous presenters, so I'm a
Oh,
little bit
nice.
nervous now. She made a great presentation, so
No, no,
forgive me if I'm not up to that
no,
level,
no,
but
no, no.
hopefully I
You
can
will
give you
bring
some.
us, yeah, another insight, right, from
Yeah.
your experience. And I assume you're joining us from New Jersey. Am I right?
Actually, I'm in New York, New York City.
Ah,
So I
yeah.
work in New Jersey, but it's pretty close. So
Okay. And what time is it there now?
it is 11:30 p.m. So
PM. So you will, yeah, sleep late today, right?
I will sleep a little bit later than usual,
We-
but
Yes,
it'll be okay. I'm
yeah,
excited to
yeah.
work with you all.
Okay. We really appreciate your presence, especially considering it's quite late at night, and it shows your dedication, and we're truly honored to be with you today. And okay, it's now time to hear directly from you, and I honestly can't wait to hear your presentation. Please proceed with your talk.
Okay. Can I share my, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Would that be okay to have my slides into this way instead of a slide mode so that I can see the order of the presentation?
Um,
Can everybody see it, or should I make it as a slideshow?
I think, yeah, I can see it.
Eh,
But I don't know if there is a full text. Could you please go to the second?
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
Okay, I will just make the slideshow then. I
Okay.
will
Okay.
see how it goes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's start. I saw the timer is working down. So
Yes.
okay, so today's title is Family Resilience in Policy and Practice, and then connecting the human development research to the practice. As my information has been shared, so I'm gonna skip this part. And the lecture, I believe that in the schedule, you all have seen this, but today I will briefly working on the definition of family resilience. I overheard that the previous speaker talked about individual perspective of resilience. So I'm gonna kind of switching gear a little bit toward the family perspectives and how that's related to practice at the end. And then to talk about the family resiliency and then human development research linked to the practice and policies, I'm gonna focusing on specific themes. I think will kind of tie well, expand the discussion from the previous discussion about it. So first, what is family resilience? I just want to recap this information. I believe many of you have been familiar with the concepts, but family resiliency, if you can summarize it in one sentence, it's about the process, how family as a system, they move beyond the traumatic experiences or stressful experiences and do better. So it's very like a multi-dimensional and then process-oriented concepts, and it's not the characteristics of one person. And then it is important because it kind of give us an insight to develop more effective programs and policies, because it's not just a static event that we experience. We experience certain things and then we deal with it, we process it, and then we move to different directions. So we have to understand the whole context of it, process of it. So if we understand that, then we can be truly develop the truly effective programs and policies. For your information, I listed the reference here. So this handbook is really helpful to understand the family resiliency. But at the same time, the chapter 1 that I cited specifically here gives you very good overview of what family resilience and what I'm going to review in the next slides. So if you want to read more detailed information, please go back to this information here. So there are 4 types of resilience. Individual resilience, starting from the child development focuses, and researchers kind of curious about how come that child who been through so much still become a very healthy individual community members. So that's the focus of individual resilience. Family resilience, over time, the people started noticing that there's more than that individual. So people started working on how the family as a system started working together to adverse events. Even one person experienced it, but the family as a system worked together. So there are lots of models to talk about it. Probably you have heard about Ruben Hill's IB6 model. And then based on that, Dr. McCubin and then his associates developed multiple variations of it. Most famous is IB6 model, but it's been revising over time. And there's a family strengths model, and then there's a family therapy model. So there are lots of different models to talk about family resilience. And most recently, they talk about community resilience. So it's not even just family at all. It's a surrounding environment to work together, and then people interchange their resources, and then that helps. So where you are in, it's really important, and they started talking about community resilience as a whole thing. So it's a little bigger concepts, and if you're familiar with the Bronfman Brenner's ecological theory, you can resonate that part. And then based on that, people started making a practical policy implications about the family resilience, how we can support that through the policy. So there's types of resilience, very briefly, and then there are 4 different definitions. Again, I just packed them in, but you can review it later, and then you can also go back to the chapter and then review that part. But here I wanted to re-emphasize Walsh's family resilience definition, because it's been mostly widely used in the US context, especially those who are in practice. So again, her focus is that family as a system work together to get over the stressful situation and then getting better, stronger. So it's very important to think about they are not in a static situation. They move beyond, even though they had some kind of stressful events as a family. And then to do so, there are 3 transactional processes you have to go through. One is the family belief system, so how family members actually process it, because each individual in the family will see it differently, and then make their own understanding, and then process it differently. Yet there's like a core belief system as a family, how they want to process it. And then they will talk about it, communication, and then they will adjust depending on the situation. So that's organization pattern. So how these 3 types of processes working, that really changes the family dynamics, and then that will change the family resilience experiences or the processes. So Dr. Walsh's family resilience definition has been well known and well cited. Just to give you a little bit of a taste, I also brought some examples of individual perspectives of resilience, and then you can see those 3 examples. APA, American Psychology Association, has a good definition about it, but they focus on how individuals get over and then process it and then get better. So it's a psychological resilience. As you can imagine, it's psychological association. And the Harvard Center on the Developing Child also has the individual perspectives. They focus on children and the family, and then community becomes a context pieces. But they focus on the children's assets to get over. And then the WHO actually has a very interesting guidelines. So I believe some of you might be really interested in kind of reviewing them and then practice it for yourself, or you can use it for the community members of who you are, or your clients or students. It's very, very easily written, and that everybody can follow through guidelines how to cope the stress, because again, resilience comes from how they overcome the stress situation. So when you have a good coping strategies about the stressful events, then you will be better and then become a healthier after overcoming that experiences. So these are the individual perspectives. Again, if you are interested in, go to the links and then review it. So again, big difference, family resilience, we focus on the process and as a deal with the stress as a family, as a system. It's a little bit bigger, more systematic process. Actually, before we get there, is there any question about family resilience or the individual resilience before I move on?
Anyone want to ask questions or just continue? I just think that should continue?
Okay.
Yes? Yeah.
Okay, so if so think about that family resilience concepts in your head. Then we're gonna transfer our thoughts a little bit into different space. So I put the questions, what does artificial intelligence AI mean to you? So is there anybody who hasn't heard about this word? No, right? So I'm gonna guide you to go to menti.com on your either computer or the phone or iPad or some tablet, that whatever you have a Wi-Fi. And then if you get there, they will ask you to put code in, and then you can put this 8-digit codes in. I'm gonna stop sharing for a real sec because I'm gonna move to that screen and then come back later. So
Okay, I have a questions here. The question in 1 or 2 words, how do you feel about AI's role in our daily life? Is that question correct?
yes. So
Okay,
here we go. Okay, so everybody's working on it, so it sounds good.
okay.
So just think about it. What do you feel about the AI in general? So it's a reflection time. I heard that the reflection is very important, and I do agree with that.
I already submit my answer.
That's good. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna let's see if I can share this. Oops.
The code.
Maybe I will
Yeah, I also.
share this one. So I think the answer is keep coming, but we'll see. It is a little bit hard for me to share the bigger slides when I am sharing through the Zoom. So I will show you the results at the end, but you can see that the cloud is building up. And then there's like a helpful, hopeful, fast, but at the same time, has to use wisely, and then it's sometimes unnecessary, sometimes it's dangerous. So there's like conflicting ideas about it too. And because of, if you want to keep putting in that's fine, but I'm gonna show the results for you real quick so that there you go. So helpful about 10, fast about 2, other responses like this. Escalating, empowering, can be intrusive, can be practical, save time, smart, dangerous, sometimes being a friend, and transformative tools, use wisely. Okay, so I'm gonna guide you to the next one. Okay. So you will probably see, let's see if it works. Okay, you will see this one, the next question, and then you can also type the answer. So in the past 30 days, about a month, have you ever interacted with artificial intelligence, such as chatbots, in any of the following ways? If you did, select all. So I put 4 of them. work-related tools, educational platforms, entertainment, like social media streaming, gaming, and then health-related. I'll give you 3 more seconds just to be mindful. But you can basically see that work or the education pieces are the major usage of chatbots. So first, yes, many of you have used chatbots. It's our daily lives, part of daily lives now. And then when you use them, mostly it's related to your occupations. So if you're students, probably if you're practitioners, probably work. Okay, so I'm gonna close this down. You can keep answering the questions. I can see it later for you. So, and then I'm gonna go back to, so here we are school settings. I see more of a education pieces. Gonna come back with my slides again. Sorry, it's like going back and forth. No problem. No, totally. It's nice to be interactive like this. Yeah, I know, but then I am interacting with my computer, not
Yeah.
correct. Okay. Hey, there you go.
Yeah, okay.
So I asked actually same questions that Human Development Report that UNDP, United Nations Development Program, used for the survey to put their reports, Human Development Index reports on. So if you are interested in, again, you can go to the documentation link here to review all the full report on it. So this is what they have found. And then, as we assumed, student group, same thing. They use use AI for education mostly. And if you're in a workforce, they use AI for work. But for me, it's a little bit different from you because I think you are more younger generation side or not, maybe. But in these findings, health is pretty consistent throughout all different groups. Students, workforce, non-workforce, retired, they use health a lot. The other ones is fluctuating depending on their situation. So I will come back here. So before we talk about the Human Development Report, which I want to talk about it, how our research can be connected to practice, you have to understand the Human Development Index because that's been used to develop that research project and report the outcomes of it. So again, link here if you want more information about it. Human Development Index, if you haven't heard about it, was created in 1990s from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. And then it has been calculated over like 190 plus countries so far. And then the point of this index is that it is very, very important to understand the people's lives to talk about countries' developments, how human development linked to the national well-being, right? So they focused on the people's development, not just about the income levels. It's the index of the country's development. To talk about that, they used the 3 composite measures. One is a health dimension, life expectancy at birth, and then second is educational dimension, which is how knowledgeable people are. So how long the adults over 25 years old had the education throughout their lives, and actually how long do you expect the children to get schooling experiences? So both dimensions, and then standard of living dimensions. So they use a GNI, gross national income perspectives, but they change it a little bit mathematically because $100 meaning very different for the depending on their income level. If you're making $100 per month, having another $100 becomes a really big deal. But if you're making $10,000 per month, then adding $100 doesn't mean that much. So there's like a different meaning of $100 or different meaning of income levels. So they wanted to kind of adjust that differences. So they use a different mathematical process. So use these 3 dimensions, they created a HDI. And why is it so important? Again, it's because this kind of index and then research findings can influence policy development. So let's say that there's a same income level, GNI per capita countries, but then one country has a higher human development index and the other has a lower. So what's the difference? What's going on there? And then should we focus more on education? Should we focus more on the health? Or should we focus on more of the relative income levels or well-being situations, welfares to support that part? So we can question about that and then make a better policy. So HDI index is really important to think about how our research connected to the national well-being pieces. So, and based on that, Human Development Report has been created every year. And then this year focuses on the AI. So that's why I wanted to talk about, shift a little bit of gears to think about AI. And today we only have a very limited time focusing on the chapter 6. What should we do? It's very much part of our daily lives these days. AI has to be it's not going to disappear, basically. So how should we use that? So UNDP provided 3 implications. So make sure that it has to be human focused. And that it has to be our choices to use the AI to be better. And that it has to be very collaborative efforts. Because as you just said in the Mentimeter, it can be very helpful. Like people with the disabilities are having a blessed time because they got lots of support through the AIs. They can read, they can hear, they can understand better with all this AI based on translations and then captioning things. And then if you think about, you go to different countries speaking different languages, writing different languages. If you use a Google Lens, then you get the translation and then you don't have to like scared about reading menu. Like a reading menu is the same thing, right? So it's very gives lots of possibilities, yet we have a fear because of that we are losing job. oh, is a translator gonna be gone from the job market? Can I be a translator? Do we need a translator, right? So there's like back and forth information about it, and then fear about it, and then hope about it. Another thing is that there's a inequality, so accessibility and affordability. So those who have a lower HDI countries, younger generation has a higher mental health issues because of these trends, because of them fear of losing their job, because they fear that AI take over their job markets. So younger generation having more fear and mental health issues, lower life satisfactions. Whereas higher HDI countries has a different perspectives. Younger generation, they're fine. They use it. They are thriving with AIs, but older generation has fear. They are feeling like they are losing control over the AI, their lives, because everything is going faster. So older generation has more mental health issues. Or sometimes there's a gender inequality. So interestingly, regardless of the education level, men uses more AI and then at workforces. And then if you're adding the education pieces, of course, they are more into that AI. Men are more into that AI than women. But at the same time, higher HDI or higher income or highly developed countries have a more accessibility to the digital mechanism, and they have more experiences of using them. So they are way better, much faster. So that lower HDI, lower economically developed countries are having difficult to following that, catching up that. So there's a power differences on that part. So there's a good side and downside always. So because of that, the UNDP talked about how to balance that gaps in a better way so that we can make our families' lives, our individual lives better in the future. So they basically talk about policy and incentives that has to be developed to support that. And we have to be very culturally sensitive so that it shouldn't be biased. It shouldn't be only based on the developed countries' own languages. It has to be well translational across the countries. And then it has to be focused on education for the younger generation, and they use for the healthcare for the especially lower HDI or lower underdeveloped countries when the resources are not there. So those are the three way of thinking how Human Development Research Index connect to the policies so that our lives can be better, family can be more resilient in the age of AI. So I provided you with the document. If you click the link, you will see it, but I'm gonna share it. Let me do this way. Share it on my side. So when you have the lecture note, you will see this, but if you click the link, I create the list very quickly. I didn't have much time to put together, but link here, and then what that means. So basically, surprisingly, lots of countries have a regulation for the AI usage. And then I was very surprised to see this many. And more countries are coming up with their own AI regulation laws or legislations, act or strategies. So they kind of understand that both sides of opportunities and difficulties using AIs. Talking about it. The new trends about the AI laws is, as UNDP suggested, there are more of collaboration going on. Before, they only focusing on their own country's regulation. But now they understand that it cannot happen that way. So all the countries started collaborating on the regulation because it can be everywhere basically. So if you are interested in the regulation of the AI usage, there is information there. And then again, here is the link. You should be able to see it. And then at the same time, because we are family scientists, we are human development researchers, I also put together the list of the family policies across the globe. Because I want to talk about how we can combine those together to make the family resiliences better in the future. So here are some other, again, the regulations or laws about the family related policies, and you will see lots of countries there, and you can check out the links. Some countries do not have the English translated information. So in that case, I just put the research articles or some other report systems there. But if you can read their own language, please look at that. That's the best way to actually learn about the policies there. But here are the links. So there's a AI laws. There is a family policy laws. What does that mean? So if you compare those AI based on laws, they're pretty extensive, but mostly focusing on the protection, legal protection, ethics, and transparency of data and privacy issues. Unfortunately, they are not well or clear about how those things can be related to human development issues yet. So as you heard before, there's a child rights issues, right? Child privacy when you use a social media, or parenting authority issues. Can parents actually control those or not? So that what ages, how much, all those things. But at the same time, social workers, practitioners may use AI to collect the information about their client or potential risk of their clients. Then again, that also related to privacy issues. So there are some kind of a great, they can prevent it more, yet also they may identify wrong clients. So there's a risk of those. So how could we regulate those? So when we combine those AI regulation with the family policies together, we can be better. So we have to work a lot to do so. So there are 5 things that I kind of listed what we can do here so that people can have equal funding sources, get access to the fundings, get access to the services better through the AI, yet we also have to be very ethical to use it. And then we have to focus on, depending on our life cycle and spans, the flexibility has to be there. Hey, so far so good? So we talked about family resiliency, we talked about AI, and then they are overlapping in our lives. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. So how can we work within the with the policies and practices? To talk about that, I want to show you real quick this interesting videos. Okay, so we still have some time. I'm gonna move a little bit. We were watch a short parts, but you can finish it later on. So let's see.
Like many other countries, Denmark has a growing proportion of elderly people. By 2040, 1 in 4 Danes will be 65 years or over. In order to keep a larger elderly population healthy and independent in the future, Denmark is moving towards more efficient elderly care, which empowers and supports senior citizens to stay healthy in their own home.
One of the main challenges we are having in Denmark is, of course, the demographic challenge, and we are trying to face that in our planning. That's a part of the agreement we are having between the state and the population. And from the political side here in our parliament, we are trying to combine at least 3 things to reach our goals, and that is to do our welfare sector working with the elderly people more efficient. And we try to detect diseases and weakness among the elderly people as early as possible. And then we are focusing on dementia, because dementia, when we look in the future, will develop dramatically in Denmark too, as in other countries. So we have to face these problems.
Innovative technologies help support and empower elderly citizens both in nursing homes and in their own home. One example is the Nursing Home of the Future, which is located in Aalborg in northern Denmark. Even though we are at a nursing home, citizens have their own apartment and their own furniture and decorations. New assisted living technology is integrated to provide empowerment and independence. A ceiling hoist system can be used to move frail citizens, and the ceiling rails are easy to use without taking up floor space. Elegantly designed and flexible solutions are used in the bathroom to allow independent bathroom visits. The automatic patient turning system provides more safety, dignity, independence, and comfort for the citizen, while saving nursing resources and avoiding heavy lifts for the nurses. A nurse can manage a large number of home care visits with support from the mobile nursing EHR that also help optimize the route between visits. Early detection of frailty or deteriorating conditions are key elements in reducing hospital admittance and keeping elderly citizens healthy. Innovative technology is used to monitor the risk and status for thousands of elderly citizens in order to react immediately when changes occur. A comprehensive dashboard indicates the care status and provides information about the latest changes and care plans for the individual citizen. The use of innovative technology helps free up time for more personal contact with the elderly. Immediate and compliant rehabilitation is important to fully recover from an accident or operation. Virtual rehabilitation solutions enable citizens to do their exercises independently, while the system guide and follow up on correct and compliant training. This is possible because the solutions use sensors to monitor and register exercises. A larger elderly population will increase the number of citizens who live with dementia. To cope with this challenge, Denmark has decided to become a dementia-friendly nation, where dementia patients should live safely and with dignity. The effort to improve the care for frail elderly patients and keep them healthy and independent relies on integrated care and new ways of cooperating across the care continuum. This elderly patient who is suffering from a stroke is using new technology.
Jeg boede på plejehjem i Aabenraa, og jeg er meget glad for at være her. Og jeg blev
I think I'm gonna stop right here. So basically, she's saying that as a caption there, she is having very happy life there because she feels safe and then dementia. But what do you think? What do you think about using AI for the elder care, and especially dementia? We talked about earlier child development, but at the same time, the world is going grayer, faster. And then Denmark, if you have noticed, and other countries too, we are losing lots of children. So we have a lower birth rate, meaning that we have a more
Yeah.
elderly soon, right?
Yes.
So Denmark is already catching up that part. So it's very important to think about human development. You're gonna live long, 100 years. It's a centenarian period, and then you don't have the younger generation to support your aging life, not anymore in many countries. So how would you deal with that? At the same time, what do we do as a society, community, as a nation to support that situation? So think about it. AI can be very, very helpful to deal with it. There are other examples of using AI to support the senior level livings. So one is this one I also want to show you. It's like dementia people using the AI lenses. So they're experiencing the virtual reality, and they really helps them to develop their brain powers. And there's like a loneliness, so that people talk with the screen or the phone calls with the AI so that they don't feel isolated, because that's one of the biggest issues for being aged. So there are lots of different practices are coming up, yet it's very like a new period. So there are not many like long-term impact research yet, so we still have to watch out for it. But there's a big potential that make sure that elderly people live better, and then caretakers live better too, because the stress level of a caretaker of a dementia family members is really high, and it's dangerous for their own well-being. So using AI smartly, effectively can help the well-being of both parts. So that's brings a family resiliency. But again, we have to be careful about that. So aging and the elder care and the AI, we talk about it like a research insight. We just talked about it. It's very helpful. And then we need to provide the policies to support that helpful part. But at the same time, we have to be careful about ethical use of AI to the patients. And then biases. Unfortunately, as I talked about it before, there's a cultural biases. So ageism still there because human develops AIs. So AI follows humans' directions. So if we are biased, they are going to be biased. And at the same time, sometimes they don't understand the cultural differences. So we have to make sure, well, cross-culturally developed, and then the language there. So 30 seconds. In summary, there's a family resiliency there, and there's lots of things going on in our world. We cannot use it separately or view separately, especially AI. We are living in that countries. So we have to think about how we can support as a human development researchers and then family scientists to bring that laws, policies to support better human lives and family lives. And then one of those examples are the senior level living using AIs, but we have to be very mindful about not to overuse or misuse AI to support their lives. Okay.
Okay.
I think I did everything.
Mhm. Thank you so
Uh,
much, Dr. Lee.
Thank you. Hey, terima kasih.
Yeah, sama-sama. Hatur nuhun in Sundanese. I really appreciate the mention of elderly care in Denmark on your videos. I have lived there about 6 years. I did my PhD and I've experienced firsthand how thoughtful and integrated the system is, especially on how technology is used to support dignity and independence in elderly. And I feel grateful to have witnessed such a strong model of care. It reminds me how policy, culture, and also innovation can work hand in hand, right? And wow, what's that? Okay.
Nami, right?
And thank you. I really love to hear you. Yeah, you presented resilient as a process. I love that term, not just a trait or outcome. The way you broke it down into belief system, patterns, and communication makes it me like I'm back in class in the best way, I mean. And then it's really clear and enriching. Thank you for deepening our understanding in such a practical and structured way. So we turn into the discussion session. And participants, I would love to hear from you, or you can raise your voice or share your reflection in the comments. But I think we already have one or two, right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have some questions.
Yes, please.
So the first question, I'm gonna answer the chat box question first, and
Yes.
then okay, see how it goes. So if I pronounce your name incorrectly, please forgive me, but I think it's from Inoa. And then the question is main limitations of HDI and comparing developing and developed countries. And then how can AI help overcome data scarcity in developed countries okay. So the good thing about HDI, I think it's very simple measurement, like life expectancy at birth, and then the education level, and then the GNI. So those are very kind of standard data set that UN have been collecting from the many countries. So I think that's the minimal limitations there. So that's good news. So if you go to the HDI index, you can see pretty much many countries, most of the countries in the world, you can see them. But still, there's a segment of the parts, if you kind of getting into the real details, that really hard. So AI, if you heard about machine learning or some kind of macro data processes, then they can use the whatever on the website or the out there, use that data and then develop the algorithm to understand the data, HDI, the data sets. So I think that's the big help from the AI to make sure that we can kind of estimate HDI or other data set that we can easily collect. I hope that answers your question. And then one actually add to that is a little bit different stories, but add to that, one of the slides has the information about the AI-based machine learning research data, meta-analysis or scoping analysis. So they use the mother-child health data from the other studies and then analyze it. So they use the data who use the AI, but at the same time, they use those AI-related learning experience to analyze their data of their own. So it's kind of interesting to see. So if you are interested in go back and then read that article. So AI can be really helpful to do the research actually in many areas that we could have not done before. Downside of AI used research is that it cannot be the expectation or estimate in the future. You can only like retrospectively because you had to use the data. It's already out there. So then AI will use it. So it's a retrospective data only. It cannot be the future like estimation for that. So that's a little bit different, the basic of it, but I'm very novice on that part too. So if you're interested in, find some of those who do that and then learn about it. It's very fascinating actually to hear about that. The Talita, so what is your perspective on people using AI as a conversational companion? Okay, many of my peers do so. I want to, okay. So based on the research, it's helpful for short term, and if it's helpful for a certain level to use AI as a conversation. Actually, there is a New York Times article very recently saying that teens are using AI as their companions, but in the long term, they are not satisfied with that relationship because it's limited. So I overheard the previous presenter talk about the child emotional regulation. You just give the Tyler when kids are tantruming. It's the same thing. Like if you're isolated, if you feel isolated, so that you just use it, then you will be more isolated at the end. If you're using social media, actually chatting with them, real person like us, right? That's the different from the AI. I'm talking to AI by myself. Kind of related to that, there's a study about longevity in Japan. So during COVID, so they studied the elderly people and their health, mental health and physical health. So one group of people, they did exercise by themselves, like regularly every day during COVID, right? The other group, they didn't do exercise at all, but they go to the friend's house and they do chat with the friends or family member. They do more of the social gatherings. At the end, they check the health results and the mental health for the two groups. What is your guess? Who has a higher mental health, life satisfaction? Those who did not do the exercise but chat with the friends and family members. So mental health, maybe those who go to the gyms or do exercise every day regularly probably fit better, but mental health is a different thing. Doing exercise alone may not be enough. So same thing, AI, you may use it sometimes, but it cannot be alternative for the human being. And that's the whole part of that HDI parts, like, or human development report saying, AI can be a tool, very creative, powerful tool, but it cannot replace human touch. So we have to use AI to be better with it, not it governs our lives. So I think that answered the overall thing. So overall, if you are not getting better, then eventually HDI will drop across the nation too, probably.
Yeah.
That's
I
my
think we
guess,
still,
but
yes, I think we should still also have more questions, I believe.
yes, I think a mata,
Yeah,
yeah,
Mata
AI
Cinta.
mata cinta. Okay,
Yeah,
I
Cinta
don't
means
have
love.
that. No, that's great. Yes,
Yes.
that's what we need. Interesting. I see the America ahead of interest. Yes. Yeah. There you go. Question one convinces. Actually, I have to say it. It really depends on, but many people still hesitant to use the facilities or the AIs, even in the US. They are embracing it more because, again, there's a lower birth rates issues there. But still, US is not bad because we are pretty diverse. There are a certain group of people have many kids, even though the others are not. So the average is pretty good. So still, those people don't want to use it, the facilities, but it's a different from using AI system at home. So they are more likely to do it. So if you have your own home, and then if you put the guardrail or the AI based equipment at home, they will use it. But if you have to move to the facility that has an AI system in it, that it might be the different stories. Denmark can work is because definitely they are aging society already, so they need some kind of solutions. So that's why they are more prominent about it. Even Asian countries, if you see the lower birth rates, then probably it will move that way faster, like Japan, Korea, because there will be no younger generation who will support the older people anymore because of the not many kids. So in that case, the country has to be ready for that one. So it's a necessity versus like a family belief system conflicting. So that's why the family policy and the AI related policy has to be very careful about how to deal with that issues. So to answer your question, the last one, think about using AI at home setting. It's not about sending them to the facilities, but giving a cell phone, smartphone to your mother so that your mother can see your child as a grandparent-child relationship. That's the support of AI. So if you go to different countries, different regions, you cannot see them. That's definitely necessary, right? Or sometimes you can give the AI system to help to move something or carry something heavy, so that even though you are not there with your mom or dad or elderly members or people with disabilities, they can get help. When you come back home, you can chat with them and then have a great family time there, or making cooking stuff. So think about so that's why I'm saying like use AI based on our needs and how we can be better, not just be governed by the AI system. So I think this is a question back to you all. Think about how Indonesian culturally sensitive AI can be developed and then used in your family lives, and what kind of policies you should develop to support that part. So
Yeah, you give me an inspiration to do research against this new thing, right? Yeah, maybe I want to have I have a question, if you don't mind. because I'm a psychologist myself, to what extent can AI truly support family resilience without replacing the emotional and relational dimensions that are at the heart of strong families, right? And I must admit, right now, I'm still grappling with this question. While I see the potential of I also wonder, how do we preserve the deeply human elements of empathy, connection, and emotional presence in the face of increasing technological medication, right? And yeah, we still, you ask me that, and we still in Indonesia, we still struggle as a psychologist to find a right thing. And what is your opinion regarding your yeah, experience as a Korean, maybe living in United States?
Uh, okay, it's very broad question, but again, like yeah, as a family scientist, so the simple question every semester I have to decide, should I do the online lecture like
Mhm.
async so that everything is automatically goes, or I want to go to see my friend, I mean the students in class in person. What should I do? Some actually choose to do the online because it's really convenient for them. They don't have to be there, right? Don't have to drive to the school, and they don't have to like park. They don't have to wait for the students, and then all those things. They can do something else while the online lecture is up. So it's convenient. Sometimes I will use those probably, but I decided to do hybrid style, like online pieces, because I think students need to reflect on their own information too. But at the same time, it really helps the students when they see me in person,
Yeah.
and that it really helps me to
Yeah.
see their facial expressions, and that they have more rapport with me. So I think psychologists, I think it's the same thing. Like you may use it as a screening tool,
Yeah. Right.
like,
Right.
but at the same time, they need to see you. That's why you are there. And I think that's why we need you as a psychologist. So I think you can, we can all think about like how to smartly use to make sure that we do our work better, but at the same time, we do best for our clients and students. And I agree with you. I'm still debating what to do about this AI stuff. Sometimes I refuse to do it, sometimes I embrace it, but I think that's gonna be our ongoing homework for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, for your presentation, and also you did a really good job to answer all of our questions. But unfortunately, we've reached the end of allocation time for this session. And thank you so much once again. To express our gratitude, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to you for your valuable contribution to this international seminar. I hope to see you. Maybe sometimes I'll go to US, or you can go to Indonesia for, and I would love to once again thank you for you. And I know you are in a late night there. You're very warmly welcome to stay for the remaining of the seminar, of if it is really late. And I know maybe you're now a little bit maybe sleepy. No?
I think I can go to bed.
Yeah. We wish you a good rest and a peaceful evening. Thank you so much for being with us, and see you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Have a great rest of the summer lectures.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay.
Yes. How are you, our participants? Are you still there? Give me a thumbs up if you still there. Where are you? And we will, okay. Fahad, thank you very much for your thumbs up. Yes. And yes, we are here from Sunny, and you're very active, Sunny, from University of Indonesia. And we will move to our third and final speaker today is Prof. Ais Sunarti, MSE, a senior professor at IPB University, Indonesia. Sudah ada bersama saya sepertinya Ibu Ais, Prof. Ais. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bu Mia.
Ya, alhamdulillah ya.
Alhamdulillah.
Prof. Ais holds, I would read CV for her, and she holds a bachelor degree in socioeconomics, as well as a master and PhD degree in community nutrition and family resources, all from IPB University. And she is currently a senior professor at the Department of Family and Consumer Sciences, Faculty of Human Ecology, with a deep and long-standing dedication to family empowerment. And she has played a pivotal role in both academic and policy spaces in Indonesia. Prof. is also the chair of GIGA Indonesia, a national family resilience advocacy network, and served as the chair of National Coalition for Family Protection. Her work has shaped key family development strategies and influenced national and regional policy directions. As a policy expert, she has contributed to the drafting of the Family Resilient Bill, RUU Ketahanan Keluarga, and supported the formulation of regional family development regulation across West Java and various other regions in Indonesia. Beyond policy, Prof. Ais is also a prolific author, having written numerous books and chapters on topics such as family resilience, family ecology, parenting, and disaster management. And she has developed policy briefs and received multiple national awards and holds 17 registered copyrights recognized by the Indonesian Ministry of Law and Human Rights. We are really honored to have you with us, Prof. Ais. Prof. Ais, apa kabar Ibu siang ini ya berarti ya, udah siang. Apa kabar Ibu?
Iya, alhamdulillah, Bu Mia.
Sehat ya Ibu ya. Senang sekali bisa menyapa Ibu kembali. And we know that you are very active in many engagement, but if I may ask, what keeps you motivated to continue speaking about families and resilience, especially in the events like today?
Halo, Bu Mia.
Ya, halo.
Halo, ya.
Kalau boleh tahu nih Ibu, apa yang membuat
Oh,
Ibu
oke,
tuh
oke.
terus semangat untuk bicara tentang keluarga di Indonesia ya, keluarga terutama ketahanan keluarga seperti hari ini. Kayaknya Ibu nih luar biasa nih ya, dedikasinya untuk keluarga, Masya Allah.
This is a simple question, but it's hard to answer ya. Spirit is sumber daya yang paling mendasar ya untuk kita melakukan seluruh aktivitas kita sesuai dengan mandat dari negara, pemerintah, juga dari Yang Maha Kuasa ya. Tanpa spirit ya tidak akan jalan ya, Bu Mia.
Masya Allah. Semoga
So,
disehatkan terus ya Bu, semangat ya.
Insyaallah.
And today she will present her talks titled Family Friendly Kampung, Building a Sustainable, Resilient and Madani Society to Address Contemporary Megatrends. And Prof. Ais, we now invite you to begin your presentation. Please.
Okay, thank you, Bu Mia. I will share my presentation. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Before lunch, everyone. Peace and greetings to all of you. Thank you to the Department of Family and Consumer Sciences, Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University for this opportunity, a great opportunity. I'm honored to be here with fellow participants and speakers who share the same concern and passion for the future of families and society. So the title of my presentation is Family Friendly Kampung, Building a Sustainable Resilience and Madani Society to address contemporary megatrends on family. Okay, in this session, I will focus on two main outline. The first is about the concept of and practices of family-friendly kampung as a model of family ecosystem development that is resilient and sustainable in responding to the challenges of global megatrends such as demographic changes, technological changes, migration, urbanization, and disaster related to climate change. And the second is sharing experience in developing family-friendly kampung in building a community that makes the family the center of social and cultural development, and how this approach can be replicated in other kampung or village contexts. So this slide shows the learning outcomes from this presentation. You can see here there is 3 learning outcomes. And in recognition of the Indonesian government effort to promote Bahasa Indonesia as an official language at the General Conference at UNESCO, Indonesia's proposal was unanimously approved during the UNESCO General Conference held on 20 November 2023. So the milestone represents the implementation of Article 44 from the Law Number 24 of 2009 concerning the national flag, language, state emblem, and anthem, which mandates the government to gradually, systematically, and sustainably elevate the function of Bahasa Indonesia to that of an international language. Jadi kita sudah mendapatkan suatu kemajuan bahwa mandat undang-undang terhadap pemerintah untuk meningkatkan bahasa Indonesia sebagai bahasa internasional sudah diterima oleh UNESCO. So, in light of this significant development, I will be delivering the presentation primarily in Bahasa Indonesia with select segment presented in English to ensure alignment with the international nature of the seminar. Okay, let's start with the first section about the concept of family-friendly kampung and its relevance in responding to global contemporary megatrends. Okay, this slide shows several books that are the result of studies of family resilience in an ecological context or setting. Over the years, numerous studies and assessments have consistently pointed to two major background conditions that forms the foundation for developing the family-friendly kampung concept. Jadi dua temuan yang konsisten dari sekian banyak kajian selama hampir 25 tahun adalah ada dua hal yang sangat konsisten kita temukan hari ini. The first is the magnitude of vulnerability, social and natural traits that increase the risk of the family life, dan itu sangat terasa kerentanan yang semakin meluas dan membawa kepada ancaman ya kepada keluarga, meningkatnya risiko dalam kehidupan keluarga, kejahatan, kekerasan, perselingkuhan, perceraian, penyimpangan sosial, seksual yang semakin merebak ya, degradasi moral, gaya-gaya tarian yang sangat erotis dan sebagainya. Dan itu berkaitan dengan perubahan sosial, ekonomi dan sebagainya. And the second is the great need, but limited social assistance and support to ensure families are resilient and prosperous. Jadi, keluarga semakin membutuhkan dukungan sosial, bantuan, tapi itu ternyata tidak diperoleh. Jadi inilah beberapa hasil kajian yang telah dilakukan. Dan saya ingin meminta, I'll ask the organizing committee to help me to share the interactive question by Slido. Boleh Ibu Rizda? There is 2 questions by Slido. untuk menunjukkan apakah Bapak Ibu audiens setuju dengan dua pertanyaan berikut. Oke. Sorry. Halo.
Lagi proses sepertinya, Bu.
Oke.
Yes.
Okay. So you have to answer the question. There is two questions. The first is, do you agree that nowadays families increasingly need support to fulfill their roles, function, and duties? There is three answer, yes, no, or not sure. Silahkan diisi. We can see the question. Okay, start. Oke, baru 6 votes ya. Di participant ranking. There is 10. Oke, silakan. 12 yang udah melakukan polling, 14. Kita tunggu beberapa detik lagi. Apakah Bapak Ibu setuju bahwa keluarga saat ini semakin meningkat kebutuhan social support dari keluarga saat ini untuk memenuhi peran, fungsi, dan tugasnya? Okay, 25. Ini 100% answer yes ya. Wah, keren ini kalau 160-nya jawab semua. Oke, kita tunggu sebentar lagi. Okay, 40. We will wait until 50 maybe ya, Bu Mia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will wait until 50
Yes.
participants
Yeah.
involved in this.
Almost 50.
Oh, this
46.
not sure.
Not sure.
Okay. Okay, it's okay. Jadi
I also vote
bervariasi.
yes. What a waste.
Tapi nggak ada yang bilang no. Belum ada atau belum ada.
Yeah.
Oh, oke, 53.
Yeah, 45. Okay.
45, 50,
55,
54.
sorry. Yeah, 50, 56.
Oke, kita tunggu 30 detik lagi, oke? Atau gimana? Atau sudah? Oke, 58 ya. 58 ya. Dan ini coba berapa persennya boleh ditunjukkan? Kelihatan nggak? Yes-nya berapa persen? Almost 19. Oke. Not sure on one. Okay, and then the second question. Do you agree that the support families receive from the social environment is increasingly limited? Silakan, Bapak Ibu, adik-adik.
Agree that the support families is
Not sure-nya mulai agak besar ya. Oke. 26. Kita tunggu sampai 60 ya yang partisipan involved in this survey. Top survey, only 2 questions. Ini berapa? 44 votes-nya. 45. Oke.
Like 10 more.
Oke, tadi berapa? 60.
Ya, 60. Sekarang baru
59 tadi ya.
50 sekarang.
Oke, 50 kita samakan. 60 boleh? Oke, 50 ya. Jadi 50 ini kok 231 apa 0,67. Persentasenya harusnya ya dari 3. Oke, dari 3 pilihan 2,33 0,15. Oke, jadi dari survei ini boleh ditutup. Terima kasih OC Organizing Committee. So these challenges from the survey have made it necessary to rethink how families and communities are supported in a more systemic, localized, and sustainable way. Ya. Jadi itu hasil bahwa temuan dari Bapak Ibu yang hari ini juga memberikan jawaban dari survei sekilas ya dengan 2 pertanyaan. Mayoritas menyetujui bahwa ada kebutuhan yang meningkat untuk social support atau dukungan sosial dari lingkungannya, dan juga ternyata ada keterbatasan lingkungan yang memberikan dukungan sosial kepada keluarga. Nah, ini temuan yang sekian lama dan semakin menunjukkan signifikan hari-hari ini. So, one promising solution is the family-friendly kampung. Kenapa? Bahwa family-friendly kampung itu bisa dianggap sebagai family problem solution. So, this is based on the following key arguments. Ada beberapa argumen, diantaranya di sini ada 5. The first is families are cross-cutting issues or entities encompassing multiple dimensions and requiring integrated multi-sectoral development within a single territorial unit yang kemudian nanti kita akan bilang sebagai kampung. One form of social support needed by families is related to physical neighborhood within a single kampung. And the third is the closest family interaction which influence the comfort, security, well-being, and quality of life occur within the same residential unit yang kita sebut kampung. And the limited time and energy of families will be more effective and productive if the immediate residential environment, dalam hal ini adalah kampung, is family friendly. Then the last one is preventing various traits, social and natural, and recognizing families' vulnerability is most effectively started within the family and its immediate environment, particularly the neighborhood or kampung where the family resides. Ya, jadi ini adalah 5 argumen utama kenapa kemudian pentingnya satu lingkungan spasial yang bisa mendukung tahanan keluarga untuk memenuhi peran, fungsi, dan tugasnya. Dan kemudian slide ini menunjukkan kalau begitu apa yang dimaksud dengan family friendly kampung, ya, what the family friendly kampung is. Jadi definisinya adalah a family friendly kampung is a localized derivative of the broader concept of family friendly areas, turunan dari suatu konsep yang lebih luas yang disebut dengan lingkungan atau wilayah ramah keluarga, dan itu juga turunan dari pembangunan ramah keluarga, ya. It refers to an area within the daily reach of family interaction, typically a residential neighborhood or kampung, that provides both physical and non-physical environment which are supportive and enabling for families. This environment encompasses all essential dimensions of life, such as educational, health, social and cultural, economic, and political aspects. The purpose is to enhance family resilience through the fulfillment of their roles, function, and responsibilities. Jadi, pemenuhan dari roles, function, and responsibility itulah yang disebut dengan implementasi dari ketahanan keluarga, so that families can achieve a quality, sustainable life within both their social and natural environment. Nah, ini yang kemudian dari definisinya tentang family friendly kampung, dan slide berikut ini menunjukkan tentang the role and meaning of family friendly kampung, bahwa family friendly kampung is not only a part but often the core of the broader family friendly area development strategy, dan fungsinya adalah sebagai pertama, a platform to strengthen social ties and kinship among neighbors, fostering a sense of belonging and collective responsibility. Jadi suatu platform di mana penguatan ikatan sosial dan kinship, ya, kekerabatan antara keluarga dengan tetanggaannya, agar juga membangun suatu perasaan tinggal bersama di suatu wilayah dan juga ada collective responsibility. Yang kedua, fungsinya adalah suatu space, ya, a space for families to engage in positive transaction or exchange, sharing material resources, energy, information, emotional support, and care for one another. Jadi, suatu lingkungan di mana keluarga itu tempat untuk melakukan suatu exchange atau transaksi positif. Saya lebih senang menggunakan suatu konsep namanya transaksi, ya, suatu transaksi itu suatu konsep yang melebihi dari exchange maupun interaction, karena di sana ada suatu niat, kemudian juga ada pertimbangan tentang benefit and cost dari suatu interaksi. Jadi jelas apa benefitnya, apa cost-nya, gitu ya. Untuk saling kemudian memberikan support emosional, informasi, maupun juga saling memperhatikan, care and share. Kemudian fungsi yang ketiga adalah a source of social support, especially in times of vulnerability or difficulty, seperti pada saat kemarin itu adalah COVID-19, ya. Kemudian the use of the term kampung, even in urban setting, aims to revive and promote community-based interaction that resemble extended families where mutual support is the norm. Ya, jadi norma bahwa mutual support itu selalu ada, dan kemudian extended families itu semakin menurun, semakin bergeser, ya, semakin sulit didapatkan karena jarak yang jauh dengan keluarga luas, maka kemudian kampung dan tetangga itulah yang bisa diposisikan sebagai extended families. And the last one is family-friendly kampung are seen as essential in enabling the effectiveness, acceleration, and innovation of family development strategies, especially in addressing complex family-related problems and challenges. Jadi ini adalah suatu hal yang sangat diyakini, ya, sangat esensial untuk suatu upaya pembangunan yang harusnya dilakukan secara lebih efektif, kemudian percepatan, kemudian juga menggunakan suatu inovasi, ya, agar terjadi percepatan, kemudian juga terjadi breakthrough, ya, untuk mendapatkan satu situasi yang diinginkan, yaitu family resilience ketika menghadapi berbagai persoalan dan tantangan. Nah, ini adalah suatu gambaran bahwa family friendly kampung adalah derivat atau turunan, ya, dari suatu kebijakan pembangunan ramah keluarga atau family friendly policies, dan salah satunya dari family friendly policies adalah juga family friendly work, ya. Jadi bagaimana pekerjaan ramah keluarga yang akan mensupport, akan lebih menjamin, mengawal terhadap adanya support system bagi keluarga-keluarga di suatu wilayah yang disebut dengan kampung, khususnya bagi yang membutuhkan. Nah, ini adalah turunan dari family friendly atau family friendly kampung ini adalah turunan dari family friendly policies. Maka kemudian apa yang dimaksud dengan family friendly policies? Jadi dia adalah suatu konsep di mana development that places the family at the center of policy, ensuring the families are resilient, prosperous, and of high quality. Jadi suatu program pembangunan apapun namanya, tanpa harus menyebut dengan label keluarga, tapi ketika dia menjamin semua upaya pembangunan itu membuat keluarga menjadi berketahanan, sejahtera, dan berkualitas tinggi. Itulah yang disebut dengan kebijakan atau program pembangunan ramah keluarga. Apakah namanya kebijakan koperasi merah putih, ataukah pertanian, ataukah UMKM, apakah ketenaga kerjaan, nggak masalah, tidak perlu ada label tentang keluarga. Kemudian yang kedua, jadi ini prinsipnya ya dari pembangunan ramah keluarga adalah suatu recognition, especially by the government, that the family must be a central pillar in national development, acknowledging that strong families are the foundation for a strong nation. Dan terakhir adalah a shared commitment among all stakeholders to uphold the fulfillment of family right as part of the nation constitutional obligation, especially in advancing quality human resources and building a civilized society. Jadi ini adalah suatu komitmen ya tentang bagaimana membangun secara konstitusional bahwa hak berkeluarga dan bagaimana keluarga menjamin kualitas sumber daya manusia dan membangun masyarakat madani itu harus terpenuhi melalui yang namanya ketahanan keluarga dan harus dijamin melalui pembangunan ramah keluarga. Okay, this slide shows the condition both necessary lead to indicators of family-friendly kampung. So you can see here, you can read here that the condition indicators starting that definition of unified area where families live, whether in rural or urban areas, that possesses that following characteristic. There is 7 characteristics here. The first is families engage in positive transaction that enhance quality of life, contributing to resilience and shared prosperity. Jadi ketika dia menjadi suatu prasyarat, apakah necessity prasyaratnya itu adalah keharusan maupun necessary, syarat kecukupan, maka dia juga akan menjadi indikator dari family-friendly kampung. Contohnya yang pertama ini, ketika families engage in positive transaction, maka indikator dari family-friendly kampung ketika ada transaksi yang positif antara keluarga dengan lingkungannya. The second is a supportive environment that enables families to carry out their roles, function, and responsibilities effectively. And the third is a safe and comfortable living space conducive to the development of all families and community members, particularly vulnerable individuals and households such as child and then aging family members, ya, kemudian teenager maybe, and then a community culture that nurtures mutual assistance, care, empathy, and sharing among families within the kampung. Kemudian yang kelima, exchange of information, knowledge, work-related, and life skills among residents. Jadi di kampung ramah keluarga terjadi suatu transformasi informasi, pengetahuan, kemudian jejaring pekerjaan yang bisa diinfokan kepada tetangganya yang membutuhkan pekerjaan, yang membutuhkan sekolah yang biayanya murah, kemudian adanya beasiswa dimanapun, ya, dan itu terjadi di dalam suatu ikatan perkampungan, kampung. Kemudian, the existence of protection system and mechanism to safeguard families and individuals from threats, disaster, and deviant behaviors. Jadi adanya suatu sistem perlindungan, ya, sistem perlindungan bagi keluarga, bagi anak, sistem perlindungan anak, sistem perlindungan bagi remaja, sistem perlindungan bagi lansia dari berbagai ancaman. Contohnya misalnya adanya minuman keras, kemudian juga ada kejahatan, diculik anak, kemudian ginjalnya diambil, ya, dan atau perilaku deviant behaviors, ya, seperti LGBT, kemudian orientasi seksual menyimpang dan sebagainya. And the last one is a strong social capital with functioning institution that promote family resilience and a civil society, forming the foundation for building a civilized nation. Ya, jadi ini condition, necessity and necessary, dan sekaligus sebagai indicators of family-friendly kampung. Oke, next slide. Jadi dari beberapa kriteria tersebut akan dilihat bahwa dari dari kondisi atau prasyarat-prasyarat yang ada maupun indikator bahwa terlihat secara jelas ya, we can clearly see that the model embeds both resilience component and sustainability aspect, positioning it as a transformative concept in strengthening families and community. Jadi otomatis akan mendukung tentang terbangunnya keluarga yang berketahanan, keluarga yang resilience. Resilience itu bisa berketahanan, bisa juga yang renting ya. Kemudian juga sustainable dan juga membangun masyarakat yang madani atau civil society. Oke, kemudian kita akan masuk ke bagaimana kaitannya antara family friendly kampung sebagai strategic response to global megatrends impacting families ya. Jadi ini adalah adanya suatu peningkatan ya, the family friendly kampung is increasingly recognized as a strategic and practical models to respond to various global megatrends that significantly affect family life. Di antaranya adalah families and demographic change, kemudian juga including shift in population structure and dynamic, kemudian increased economic pressure resulting in growing challenges to achieve family well-being and prosperity, kemudian expanding vulnerabilities along with changes in interaction pattern, communication styles, and growing imbalance in family life and functioning. Jadi ini adalah contoh-contoh tentang bagaimana dampak megatrend yang berpengaruh kepada keluarga. Kemudian raising need for support and protection system for families, particularly the vulnerable. Kemudian technological development and digitalization, which influence family resilience, relationship, parenting, and daily routines. Ya, ini sangat dirasakan bagaimana dampak dari digitalisasi dan online itu terhadap hubungan, pengasuhan, interaksi suami istri dan sebagainya. Dan climate change, disaster and environmental degradation, which directly threaten family stability and sustainability. So that issues were explored in depth in a paper prepared for the 30th anniversary of the United Nations International Day of Families, highlighting the urgency of transforming communities into family supportive ecosystem. This is the example for demographic changes and their impact on family. Jadi ini adalah contoh dari banyak hal yang dibahas tentang megatrend dan dampaknya kepada keluarga adalah misalnya tentang demographic changes and their impact on families. Pertama adalah declining total fertility rate. Kita sekarang sudah di 2,13 ya, dengan balancingnya keseimbangannya 2,1. Tapi sudah ada beberapa provinsi yang 2 ya. Jadi rata-rata seorang perempuan melahirkan itu sekarang 2,13, yang keseimbangannya 2,1, sudah ada beberapa yang 2,0, ada 3 provinsi yang sudah di bawah 2. Artinya ini juga berkembang dengan adanya tentang child free movement ya. Jadi bukan hanya sekedar preferensi pribadi, tapi juga ada gerakan child free. Kemudian juga the rise of the sandwich generation, ya, itu adalah suatu generasi yang merasa terjepit, those caring for both children and aging parents, sehingga merasa terjepit untuk membesarkan anak-anaknya, menjadi beban juga ketika tidak mampu, dan juga kemudian memenuhi kewajibannya untuk memperhatikan orang tua, sehingga Bapak Ibu, adik-adik sekarang sudah semakin banyak orang tua yang dibuang ya oleh anaknya dan sebagainya. Dan juga the aging of both society and the nation, karena kita sudah memiliki populasi di atas 60% itu hampir 12% ya. Jadi kita sudah masuk sebagai aging nation. Dan ini semua are strongly linked to shift in family values ya, structures, vulnerabilities, and the resilience of families. Dan ini sangat nyata terasa. Kemudian this transformation require localized, culturally grounded, and community-based response such as those offered by the family-friendly kampung model. Jadi persoalan tentang megatrend, dampaknya kepada keluarga, ternyata juga tetap akan membutuhkan support-support yang sifatnya adalah localized, culturally grounded and community-based response, yaitu tentang family-friendly kampung, adanya di family-friendly kampung. Sehingga kenapa kampung ramah keluarga diyakini sebagai solusi yang strategis terhadap persoalan keluarga, khususnya dalam menghadapi megatrend. Okay, let's move to the second part, the lesson learned and practical understanding to replicate or adopt the family-friendly kampung model. Ya, ini saya ingin menunjukkan the section present a generic models for implementing a family-friendly kampung, providing practical guidance for replication or adaptation in different contexts. So the model follows a structural process consisting of the following key stage. The first is the situation assessment. Jadi the step 1 is situation assessment, collecting essential data and key information related to families and their environment. And then the step 2 and 3, analysis and planning, conducting a SWOT analysis, gap analysis, or potential analysis, and identifying program alternatives to determine the most suitable intervention strategies. And then the step 4, implementation action plan. In this step, defining who will be the subject or target implementer, and then what the scope of intervention is, and how the methods and approaches will be carried out on the ground. Ya, di lapangan itu akan dilakukan dengan metode dan pendekatan seperti apa. Di sana ada comprehensive, strength-based, deficit-based, sequential, or parallel. Ya, ini adalah generic model di dalam membangun kampung ramah keluarga dari mulai step 1, step 2, analisis safety untuk penentuan, kemudian step 4 itu adalah pelaksanaannya, siapa implementer, skopnya, dan metodenya, and the last one, step 5, evaluation and reflection, measuring program outcomes, learning from implementation experience, and identifying improvement points for future intervention. Oke, kemudian ini adalah summary dari bagian yang tadi. Intinya adalah bahwa the family-friendly kampung model can be implemented through two main programmatic approach. Jadi ada dua pendekatan. Pertama adalah subject or target group based program yang didasarkan kepada subjek atau target. Pertama adalah Karakter Playhouse. Ini adalah satu program untuk anak-anak. Ya, ada taman baca, ada rumah bermain karakter, ada Youth Resilience House, itu rumah resiliensi remaja bagi para remaja, ada lagi rumah ketahanan keluarga, dan juga ada rumah kelansiaan. Jadi ini kepada subject target group based program. Dan kedua adalah thematic programs di kampung ramah keluarga itu seperti food security program, lumbung pangan berbasis masjid, lumbung pangan berbasis wilayah tertentu gitu ya, kemudian stunting product reduction program, economic resilience program seperti bagaimana menghadapi bank emo, kemudian pinjaman-pinjaman lewat online dan sebagainya, ada lagi youth creativity workshop ya dan sebagainya. Jadi ada dua pembagian ini. Dan juga ada taman keluarga untuk tempat interaksi antar anggota keluarga dalam suatu kampung yang membuat ikatan terbangun sehingga terjadi social support bagi keluarga-keluarga yang membutuhkan. Oke, ini adalah this slide presents several examples of pilot implementation of the family-friendly kampung model across different locations in Indonesia. The scope and focus of the programs vary depending on the context, local leadership, and community readiness. Yeah. The data shown here reflect implementation up to 2022. Jadi sampai ini data sampai tahun 2022 dan belum diupdate untuk 3 tahun terakhir ya. Oke, kemudian berikutnya adalah holistic implementation, contoh tentang penerapan bagaimana implementasi yang holistik dan komprehensif ini dilakukan di salah satu contohnya adalah di Garut. Jadi you can see here there is a location around the Indonesia dan salah satunya adalah di Garut ya. Dan di Garut ini bisa kelihatan bahwa This is one of the more holistic example of the family-friendly kampung model can you see here, where a wide range of programs have been developed, and this initiative involved multiple implementing actors and stakeholders such as local government, universities, community leaders, and volunteers, and then target groups across age categories: children, youth, adults, and elderly, and also thematic focuses such as resilience, nutrition, literacy, economic empowerment, and disaster preparedness. Jadi ini adalah contoh tentang bagaimana sebuah program atau piloting kampung ramah keluarga dilakukan secara holistik dengan meliputi beragam tematik program dan juga target, ya, dan juga komprehensif, yaitu menggunakan ragam methods, apakah itu strength or deficit based approach, ya, kemudian holistic dimension, comprehensive methods, knowing problems, knowing solution, knowing problem, knowing unique solution, dan seterusnya. Dan juga bisa dilihat di sini beneficiariesnya siapa aja dan berapa banyak. Next slide, so the estimated time frame for implementation. So we can see here the slide outlines the minimum time required to carry out the full circle of family-friendly kampung development, starting from initial exploration and community engagement, moving through program planning and implementation, and ending with evaluation and reflection. So this timeline helps stakeholders set realistic expectation and prepare for sustained involvement. Jadi bisa dilihat bahwa selama 1 tahun itu ya kita harus set ya semakin banyak program yang akan dituju, semakin banyak target yang dituju, maka juga harus menentukan tentang waktu yang realistik untuk mencapai suatu perubahan, ya, membangun suatu kampung menjadi kampung ramah keluarga. Ini contoh di Garut 1 tahun, dan sebetulnya ini masih memerlukan tambahan waktu untuk terjadi suatu perubahan. Oke, kemudian berikutnya adalah dua contoh yang ingin saya tunjukkan. Benefits and good practice, ya, ini dalam hal bagaimana rumah bermain karakter untuk membangun sistem perlindungan anak atau child protection system. Sebagaimana kita tahu ya bahwa ada satu pepatah proverb Afrika, it takes a village to raise a child. Jadi butuh orang sekampung untuk membesarkan anak. Jadi tidak hanya oleh keluarga, jadi educating a child, protecting a child is not only the responsibility of parent, but also the responsibility of the entire village community or kampung. Ya, a child will have the best potential to become a well-rounded adult if the entire community takes an active role and contributes to their upbringing. Jadi di sini terlihat bahwa the best child protection system adalah selain juga bagaimana memenuhi semua hak tumbuh kembang anak, ya, mengembangkan tentang children resilience internalized within the family, kemudian family friendly internal and external environment, dan satu hal adalah family friendly regional development and employment. Ini menjadi penting. Kemudian contoh kedua adalah benefits and good practice, ya, to prevent and control transfer vulnerability and hazard, ya. Jadi ini menjadi penting karena ternyata juga banyak perluasan kerentanan. Jadi extension of vulnerability and also extension or increase the threat faced by families, ya. Jadi di sini diperlukan suatu generic mechanism of risk reduction in the realization of family-friendly kampung. Risk management has become a key component in the derivative programs of the family-friendly kampung model, as shown in this slide. Volunteers and local leaders are trained to recognize and respond to risk by first is reducing or eliminating threats, ya, menurunkan atau kalau bisa menghilangkan ancaman, ya. The second is lowering vulnerabilities, ya, menurunkan vulnerabilities karena vulnerabilities seringkali tidak bisa dihilangkan 100%. Kemudian minimizing exposure, keterpaparannya diminimalisasi terhadap ancaman, misalnya anak-anak dari pornografi, dari perilaku-perilaku deviant behavior, begitu ya. Kemudian strengthening community capacity to deal with various challenge, social, environmental, or developmental. So, this awareness-driven approach transform kampungs into safer, more resilient spaces for families and children. Jadi ini adalah bagian dari program Kampung Ramah Keluarga adalah bagaimana membangun suatu mitigasi ya tentang manajemen risiko terhadap hal-hal yang tidak diinginkan. Jadi ini contoh temuan-temuan dari lapang ya, yang membuat kenapa mitigasi risiko itu menjadi penting dan ada di dalam satu kampung ramah keluarga. Okay, this is the practice of family-friendly kampung dissemination via video highlight with in YouTube ya, family YouTube. Di sini ada 8 yang sudah diupload di YouTube ya, laporan ataupun diseminasi dari program-program Kampung Ramah Keluarga by tematik. Ada yang food security, ada yang natural disaster, social disaster, child protection, senior citizen, youth resilience, density, harm environment, dan juga economic strength. Jadi kenapa tematik? Karena tentunya ada limited time ya untuk mengangkat satu hasil pilot di ruang tengah, apakah di ruang tamu, mengajarkan cerita-cerita berkarakter kepada anak-anak yang kebetulan vulnerable, misalnya anak yang dua-duanya ibunya bekerja, kemudian dia pulang sekolahnya siang, akhirnya kemudian lari ke gadget. Nah, untuk menyelamatkan anak-anak kita dari gadget, dari akses pornografi di gadget, itu kemudian dibuatlah satu program-program di mana ada volunteers yang ingin berbuat kebaikan, menyelamatkan 5, 10, 15 anak-anak tetangganya agar mengurangi perhatiannya, mengurangi waktunya, tenaganya dari gadget dengan bermain karakter. Itu contoh adalah satu hal yang saya yakin perlu dilakukan untuk menyelamatkan anak-anak kita dari ancaman-ancaman termasuk dari gadget, yaitu akses terhadap hal-hal yang konten-konten yang buruk. Nah, demikian juga untuk resiliensi remaja, demikian juga untuk lansia. Perlu ada orang yang di kampung itu memperhatikan lansia-lansia yang membutuhkan, sehingga jangan sampai terlantar, bahkan kadang-kadang ada lansia yang telah meninggal ya, seminggu, 2 minggu baru ketahuan, atau ada keluarga yang sangat berat bebannya, sehingga lansia atau orang tuanya, ibunya bahkan diusir. Nah, dengan adanya satu kampung yang saling memperhatikan itu akan ditemukan suatu cara bagaimana social support kepada keluarga-keluarga yang membutuhkan agar jangan sampai misalnya mengusir ibunya ya, mengusir ayahnya, sekarang ini cukup banyak ditemukan di jalan tol dan sebagainya, itu banyak sekali dengan aging nation itu. Nah, ke depan dengan megatrend itu, maka akan semakin banyak persoalan-persoalan yang dihadapi oleh keluarga, termasuk diantaranya adalah sandwich generation, dan juga dengan aging nation tadi, maka membesarkan orang tua, merawat orang tua menjadi beban, nilai bakti kepada orang tua akan jadi beban, karena dia juga harus punya tanggungan kepada anak-anaknya yang semakin berat. Nah, ini yang akan harus disiapkan sejak sekarang untuk bagaimana saling mendukung. Itu mungkin Bu Putu ya, terima kasih tadi sudah sharing. Mungkin Bu Mia, kita lanjut ke pertanyaan yang lain. Ada yang pertanyaan
Ya
lain?
Bu, kita ada 4,5 menit lagi ya Bu ya. Dari pertanyaan ini, ada 2 pertanyaan sejauh ini. Yang pertama dari Talita. What strategies can be implemented to ensure regarding family park? Is it developed in a rural village or in your model?
Oke, ini yang Talita ya. Jadi ini yang disebut dengan family park ya. Family park itu taman keluarga. Jadi taman keluarga itu adalah suatu cara agar para keluarga melakukan interaksi yang positif, transaksi yang positif, terutama bagi keluarga-keluarga. Contohnya tadi ya di kampung yang densitasnya tinggi, yang padat penduduk, di mana kadang-kadang menyuapin anak itu di pintu ya, dan kemudian orang itu lalu lalang. Tidak ada spot-spot yang membuat orang itu punya tempat yang aman begitu ya. Nah, taman keluarga itu bisa dilakukan ketika ada suatu yang berinisiatif, ada relawan di kampung itu untuk mencari cara bagaimana tempat-tempat itu khususnya untuk anak bermain. Orang tua mungkin yang menyuapi anak karena di rumahnya sangat sempit, ya. Ada sekarang ini rumah itu dibagi 3, ya, rumah ibunya dibagi 3 dengan anaknya yang sudah menikah sehingga sangat-sangat sempit. Dan kemudian bagaimana memperbaiki lingkungan agar ada spot-spot yang cukup menyenangkan, misalnya dengan membuat taman ya sederhana, mengecat dinding rumah seseorang dengan yang indah, ditanamin bunga-bunga, ada yang hijaunya dan sebagainya, sehingga juga bisa mendatangkan satu proses pencegahan masalah kesehatan mental, ya. Jadi kalau orang healing ke puncak dan sebagainya biayanya besar, maka sebetulnya bisakah di kampung itu menemukan spot-spot ya untuk kemudian orang itu di keluarga atau di lingkungannya itu bisa memiliki satu tempat yang paling tidak menyenangkan, sehingga kemudian bisa merasa tenang, ya. Misalnya dengan membuat kolam sederhana atau di selokan yang dibersihkan, ya, menanam ikan sehingga kemudian orang dengan melihat ikan berkecipak warna-warni itu juga dia sudah suka, senang gitu ya. Kemudian bunga-bunga dan sebagainya. Nah, ini adalah taman keluarga yang sangat mungkin dilakukan dengan biaya yang sangat-sangat murah ketika ada di kampung itu volunteer ya, relawan yang mau mendorong itu gitu. Jadi baik itu kampung itu sekali lagi bisa desa, bisa juga kota. Jadi istilah kampung ini dipertahankan untuk memberikan suatu image yang positif tentang suatu atmosfer saling mendukung, saling membantu satu sama lain, saling peduli yang disebut dengan di kampung. Itu Talita, kemudian
yang kedua, proyek ini ya sudah dilakukan di beberapa kota dan bagaimana efektivitasnya dan adakah lesson learn yang menarik dari apa yang sudah dilakukan yang dapat diceritakan, Prof?
ya, tadi gambaran sampai 2022 ada 17, kemudian ada tambahan lagi sekitar 4 kalau nggak salah. Nah, jadi piloting dari family friendly kampung itu bervariasi ya, sesuai dengan kemampuan orang yang secara mandiri ingin melakukannya, karena ini adalah berbasis dari kemandirian masing-masing ingin melaksanakan kampung ramah keluarga ini. Ada yang sampai kemudian melakukan suatu pemetaan dan mengerjakan satu program sederhana, ada yang juga melakukan program yang cukup bervariasi. Salah satu yang lengkap adalah di Garut, di Bogor ada 2, di Depok kayaknya ya, masih terbatas. Kenapa? Karena ini berbasis dana mandiri, berbasis biaya sendiri, berbasis dari keinginan dari relawan. Nah, pembelajaran yang sangat berharga bahwa sebetulnya membuat program-program yang sangat diperlukan itu sebetulnya tidak mahal. Tidak harus dengan biaya tinggi dan memperoleh dana dari dana pembangunan dari pemerintah. Selama ada orang yang bisa menggerakkan dan menggunakan sumber daya di lingkungannya. Itu ternyata terbukti gitu ya. Nah, ternyata perlu ada orang yang menstimulus. Ketika masyarakat itu sudah terbiasa hidup di dalam kekumuhan dan sebagainya, dia akan beradaptasi. Sehingga kemudian harus ada orang yang menyadari perlu perubahan, sehingga kadang-kadang perlu ada orang luar yang memberikan kesadaran bahwa perlu ada perubahan, sehingga kemudian nanti muncul suatu relawan di dalam yang distimulus dari luar. Itu pengalaman selalu harus ada orang stimulus dari luar, dalam hal ini adalah dari perguruan tinggi ataupun dari organisasi, kemudian bisa mentransfer ke 1, 2, 3 relawan dan mungkin tokoh masyarakat sampai mereka merasa itu adalah solusi dan kemudian bisa bergerak bahkan dengan anggaran sendiri, walaupun itu kampung yang sangat kekurangan ternyata juga mau untuk nantinya itu berkontribusi ya, apakah 25.000, apakah 10.000 atau berapa untuk membuat satu kebaikan-kebaikan kecil yang ternyata juga menyenangkan dan itu membuat atmosfer di kampung itu menjadi lebih baik. Demikian Bu Mia, karena waktunya juga sudah habis.
Betul Bu, terima kasih banyak Ibu. Thank you very much for your inspiring talks ya.
Thank you for your attention and
Ya,
kindness.
sama-sama. Sebenarnya masih banyak mungkin Bu yang mau bertanya. Ya, saya juga masih ada beberapa hal yang saya penasaran juga ya, pengen tahu. Tapi mungkin kalau kita mah dekat bisa ngobrol-ngobrol sendiri ya Bu. Oke,
siap.
baik. And thank you very much for your inspiring talks. And we would like now to present our certificate of appreciation ya untuk Profesor Uis karena sudah sangat membantu kami ya untuk bisa memberikan talksnya yang sangat inspiratif ya hari ini. And your dedication and consistency in promoting family resilience over the years are truly admirable and inspiring. Seperti yang Bu Is tadi bilang, perlu ada leadernya nih. Nah, leadernya di kita mungkin dalam hal ketahanan keluarga adalah Prof. Is ya di Indonesia salah satunya, dan mudah-mudahan Ibu sehat selalu ya. Kemudian
Amin.
juga
Terima kasih
diberikan
Bu.
selalu semangat ya, spirit
Insya
tadi ya Bu,
Allah.
supaya terus
Iya.
melanjutkan ya. And you are warmly welcome to stay with us, or if you need to return to your other responsibilities, we wish you a pleasant and productive day ahead. Terima kasih banyak. Assalamualaikum Ibu Is.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And with that, we conclude the International Seminar of Family Resilience in the Face of Global Challenges, Strategies for Sustainable Well-Being. And thank you very much for all of you who still here with me. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our deepest appreciation to all of you and to all of 3 speakers. May today's discussion inspire concrete efforts in building resilient family and sustainable communities across the globe. Thank you once again for your attention and active participation. I now return the session to our Master of Ceremony, Talita.
Okay, thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Nur Islamia, for expertly leading today's panel session. We would also like to express our sincere appreciation to all of our distinguished speakers for their insightful presentation and valuable contribution. Each of you has provided rich perspectives that have deepened our understanding of family resilience and sustainable development. And of course, thank you to all participants for your active engagement and thoughtful question during the discussion. Let us carry forward the knowledge we've gained today as we continue to strengthen families and communities around the world. I would like to also remind you to fill the attendance form as it is required to your certificate that you'll receive at the end of this seminar. That concludes today's session of the Family Consumer Science Summer Course 2025. We would like to thank all speakers, moderators, participants, and organizers for making this event a success. We hope this session has inspired meaningful reflections and future collaborations. On behalf of the committee, I, Talita Almaira, would like to sincerely apologize for any shortcomings or mistakes during my role as Master of Ceremony. Thank you for your kind attention and participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you in the next seminar and have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Thank you, Talita. Bye-bye.
The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences is the only academic program of its kind in Indonesia. Our vision to become a leading and internationally recognized academic program in advancing science and technology in the fields of family and consumer studies and enhancing family well-being across diverse agroecological regions. To realize this vision, we have several missions, including providing higher education in the fields of family science, child development, and